Hey, everybody. As per usual, if you would give us a shout if I am too loud or I am too soft or they're too loud or they're too soft. It would also help if I had it so that I could see chat while I'm actually streaming. That would be cool. Now I can see it. Cool. Hey, everyone. We are back after a very long and longer than intended break due to the world being on fire. Basically. But we are picking back up with the second of three planned sessions in our limited series of Dune Adventures in the Imperium, a 2D20 TTRPG from Modifius, one of my personal favorite publishers. As usual, let's start by going around and telling everyone who you are, and if you can remember, because it's been a while, a little bit about the character that you are playing tonight. Let's start with Duck this time.
Hi, I'm Duck. I don't do much on the internet. I do a little D&D campaign every Wednesday, but it's small stuff. Just the other day, I made a really nice dinner for my grandparents. Gruyere and mushroom stuffed chicken. Made homemade tiramisu for dessert. It was really good. I'm playing Rennick Brill, a former member of House Ginaz, now currently the Swordmaster of House Elacca. He's good at making things bleed and not a whole lot else.
Yes. And remind me, you have your sword back.
I have my sword back, and I am happy about it.
And did we add that as an asset to your character? Good. And I think that has a higher quality than 0, correct?
You said quality 2.
I think that makes sense because you were a sword
I'm
master.
going to hold you to it.
Yes.
Yep.
It's quite an amazing sword.
It's an amazing sword. It has, it is not just that it is well made, it has great sentimental value to you. It is tied in many ways to your identity and your drives. One of the mechanical benefits of having a high quality asset is that resisting being taken out by it is significantly harder.
Yep. And I'm assuming that it's weighted in the same way that with the swords I've trained with for like years and years and years. Yeah. So like I'm just better with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Cool. Rith.
Hey, I'm Rith. You can see me here and only here in this very spot. Otherwise, I am lurking the chats of Twitch, supporting the other wonderful people you see around me. I am playing Tovar Holsch. He is a smuggler. Originally grew up on Arrakis and got his way off that desert dry rock, and now he's finding himself right back there. He's not too keen about it, but duty calls. He's really good at moving stuff without it being seen or heard or noticed.
Excellent. Chev.
Hi, I'm Chev. So I stream a couple times a week. I'm normally playing a game called Mahjong. It is a card game that's similar to Gin Rummy. Play that for a couple hours, a couple nights a week, and then sometimes I'll throw in a different video game on Saturdays. For the most part, it's just I'm trying to provide a chill place to hang out and talk about a card game, listen to some music, and just chill and vibe. And if that sounds like something that you're into, then stop on by, and I hope you like it. As part of this game, I am playing Oraban Striga, or Striga. So Oraban is one of the lieutenants of the Spymaster of House Elacca. His role is one of the social fixers of the house, that if there is something not necessarily out and out combat spycraft, but hands need to be greased, some wheels need to turn, the right people need to be convinced. He's the kind of person that would get sent in to try and get things moving along a little bit, talk to some people, and get the right minds in line. as part of his history, he owes a great debt to the house itself, basically for saving him and his family's livelihood. And he's kind of dedicated his life to just making sure that the house doesn't fall to ruin, as kind of trying to just basically pay back the unpayable debt of making sure that he has a life that's worth living.
Hi, I'm Hellhasm Fury. I play hard games on Twitch in a calm way, and we like to learn things. And I like to aggressively tell people the correct plural of octopus. And I'm playing a character called Lucy Ethel. She is a Bene Gesserit sister. She has been assigned to this house, House Alaka, as the political advisor. The head of house, he's very good at the business of running a house, but he's not very good at understanding when he's being subtly insulted via presence from other houses. So that's kind of been my role, is to teach him that he's being subtly insulted by other houses. And respond in kind.
Yes.
Lucia has an ambition of one day rising to be the lady of a great house. She is not sure that it's going to be possible, but it's what she would like to do. And she's been given a mission by a Reverend Mother on Arrakis.
Yes.
A very important one.
A very important and slightly underhanded kind of manipulative mission that nobody else is super aware of. So that'll be an interesting thing to work out. So who wants to start with what you can remember from a million years ago, the last time we streamed? I mean, I think it was like a month or so, but it feels like a million years.
I am looking at my notes, and they are unreadable.
I can try
to
remember.
Sure.
Lucia received a message that a Reverend Mother was going to be arriving unexpectedly. So we scrambled to get things ready, to prepare, and make sure everything was in ship shape. Yep. Before she arrived, there was a party or congregation or something, and we decided to go see one of the outlying plantations that we had. Right as we got there, an orbital laser struck, destroyed a whole bunch of stuff, scared us because we were next, we assumed. So we flew back, reported in on the way back. Apparently our transmission was overheard, and we saw an orbital explosion. The platform or ship that had the laser self-destructed.
With atomics.
So with atomics in high atmosphere. So there goes that lead. We went back to base, and then I'm not sure what happens. I think the Reverend Mother showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I can take over.
Do it, Riff.
Okay.
So
Please.
This is when kind of Tovar realized the little side business, the whole reason that he kind of got called up into hobnobbing with these nobility around here was this nice little medicinal smuggles and side business is now going to be under great scrutiny from the Spacers League, because they had transported some potential assassins, saboteurs, whatever, and they didn't get paid for it. So they aren't happy about that. So everything going on and off this planet is going to be utterly checked thrice, and no sneezes are going to go uncounted. so that put a whole kink in this minor house's plan to kind of help their major houses get the leverage of the medicinal plants that is the main export of this planet.
Yep.
And that was I don't know if we think is tied in, but it's definitely too close to call a coincidence that then the Reverend Mother showed up and requested an audience. And the only other thing I remember about that is she put Shev in his place.
She did. So, she did very, very publicly and dramatically use the voice on Orban in front of a large audience, which was, as Lucia determined, a flex. So in your conversation with the Reverend Mother, how did that go? What did she task you to do?
So she wants me to prepare the way. Basically, in the next little bit, they think something is going to happen on Arrakis, and they want me to renew the kind of prophecies of Amadi, which have been planted by the Sisterhood, but they want me to do it in a really subtle way.
Yes. Yes, the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood, if you're not familiar with the lore of Dune, runs things from the shadows, and are very, very scary. There's a reason why most people refer to them as witches. They do not have magical powers. However, they have nearly magical, nearly metaphysical control over their own bodies, potentially using their voice to control other people. I mean, when I say control over their own bodies, I mean like down to metabolism and cellular and tissue control. They can transmute poisons in their own bodies. They can resist damage that might kill someone else. They're also very terrifying combatants. But their main aim is to bring about the Kwisatz Haderach, which is the male Bene Gesserit, the person who can look where they do not. They all have, once they become a Reverend Mother, they gain effectively all the memories and experiences of their female ancestors. The Kwisatz Haderach is someone who can pass the tests and survive the spice agony to become effectively a Reverend Mother, but gain access to the memory of all their male and female ancestors, which is a wealth of wisdom going back hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years, and also is prescient, so has the ability to see the future, which is not limited to the Kwisatz Haderach. There are other individuals. The spice itself has a tendency to awaken prescient abilities in certain individuals who are gifted due to their genetics. And it is to the aim, and with genetics and selective breeding, that for thousands and thousands of years, the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood has been marrying people and selecting children and doing all kinds of underhanded eugenic-style stuff to bring about this Kwisatz Haderach. But they have to pay the way. And the way they do that is with a protocol called the Missionary Protectiva, which they have seeded on planets throughout the galaxy. And it is basically to enable wherever the Kwisatz Haderach shows up, or whenever a Bene Gesserit is in difficulty, to program the culture with myths and beliefs and superstitions that the Bene Gesserit sisters can call upon, as a way of manipulating cultures and people to get what they want, which is fine. None of that's problematic. I won't do another primer on the Dune universe. Suffice it to say, it is political. It is power struggle. It is wars of assassins and layers and layers and layers of intrigue and plots within plots within plots. It is less shoot 'em up, blow 'em up action than it is 30 minutes of really intriguing, very deep historical discovery and political intrigue at a dinner scene. That's kind of more what we aim for, but there's a little bit of action potential. But yes, you covered all of the high points. I think the only thing I would add is, in case you missed or have forgotten from the first session, you are members of House Ekaz. House Ekaz controls a House Elacca. House Elacca controls a continent and some outlying islands on the planet Akaz, in the system of Akaz. Akaz is the great house that is your sponsor. They are your allies. They are your liege lord. And it is due to the machinations of House Akaz that Lucia is here. And likely it is due to Akaz's friendly ties and allyship with the now defunct House Ginaz that caused Rennick to be given effectively sanctuary as the swordmaster of this minor house. Your house is not politically connected exactly as you're a minor house. However, you are advantageously positioned because Elacca Wood has some very interesting products. One of which being the gladiator drug that reduces or removes the fear of one's own death. And it was rumors that some bad batches had been distributed and had ruined some Imperial gladiatorial matches for the audience. That was the kind of inciting incident, but was really just an excuse to pass Lucia a secret note from the Sisterhood. It is the second product of burning the Elacca Wood through crystalline extraction, which is Semuta. Semuta is a drug that is in combination with a very particular type of atonal music, produces a feeling of universal oneness and euphoria. And it is primarily through the smuggling and distribution of Semuta to Arrakis in exchange for spice, the geriatric drug, that you make a bunch of money. In addition to, I mean, there's healing remedies, there's all sorts of herbal and agricultural products of your house. But that is the kind of focus. And that is the smuggling that is going to be very difficult now that the guild is on the lookout that Tavar mentioned. Now, you can still smuggle. You just have to pay the guild more because you don't lie to the guild. I mean, you can transport assassins, you can transport armies, you can transport all kinds of or almost any substance or people. It's just how much you pay the guild, the Spacing Guild, which maintains a monopoly on interstellar travel. And right now, the economics of maintaining your profit center of basically trading Semuta for spice no longer makes sense. And you're probably going to want to try to fix that. Particularly since at least one of you has ties to smugglers and others on Arrakis. And particularly since Lucia has some, in addition to that, ensuring the coffers of House Elacca remain full. In addition to that, you have another reason to travel. So, Reverend Mother Olenna has just left. Let's have a scene where, I know we did a little bit of wrap up last time, but let's jump back in with a scene of you four together hashing it out. I mean, I think we did a little bit of like supposition and kind of like a what's really going on and some theorizing last time, but so let's focus in kind of an extension of that to like, okay, now what are you going to do? It can even be the same private room where you met with Olenna, so you don't have to worry about being overheard.
Well, I guess we're going to Arrakis then. There's no fighting the Reverend Mother.
I don't know that.
Do we not know that?
I don't know that Lucia has shared.
I
think Lucia may have said.
I thought we had talked about it briefly at the end of last.
Yeah,
I thought you said that we were going, just not why.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Right.
so yes, I think that's right.
Or someone.
Yeah, it's fine. Again, it's been
a month.
It was last year, so
Yeah.
It was November.
Okay, it was November. So yeah, it's been a while.
It was November.
Yeah.
So
Cool. So yes, You
I think
know
I
at
gave
the highest
them the
level.
public reason,
Yes.
right? I'm pretty sure I explained that we're making contacts
And Tovar explained the economic reason, because the guild is watching everything, and unless we can go and explain to our basically shadow brokers in person, then the minor house is going to have no play for the markets they had.
You lose your leverage. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very unusual for us to. I mean, we make the wood, we grow the wood, we sell the wood. I mean, but there are middle people. There are other houses that buy it from us and take care of distribution and send it out. Like it's going to seem very unusual to anyone that we're meeting with that our house is the one that's going to Arrakis to do this stuff. Like, how are we going to explain that in a way? Like, I mean, because I don't want this endeavor to look to cast poorly back on our house. Like, like to make us look especially like weak or strange for some reason. That, why is the primary producer of this drug, why are they coming out to this important but otherwise backwater planet to talk about one drug?
Well, it's the center of the universe. And I would say your character would certainly realize that part of the challenge is that anyone in the know would recognize that what happened was sabotage, and would recognize that what you are would assume what you are attempting to do is to reestablish your illicit supply of spice. Because certainly you engage in fully legal trade all around the galaxy, because you have, the wood itself is highly prized. I mean, there's all sorts of completely above board and fully taxed activities and profit centers that House Akaz engages in. But you as a minor house are a bit more free to do things that, like, trade drug for drug that isn't exactly, I mean, the guild is bribed, of course, but it's under the table. But
Okay.
it's also likely that everyone knows that.
Makes sense. Okay.
There's a lot of open secrets in this
Yes.
universe.
Yes.
So I would say that probably like one of the, upon finding out that we're going to Arrakis, one of the first things that Orban does is he usually has like I forget, he has a notepad, and he has a lot of
Redulian crystal.
Sorry,
a sheet of Redulian crystal that holds a lot of information.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's got records of, like, there are certain like contacts and organizations that are going to be mutable and are, you wouldn't want to commit those to a super permanent record or something. But there's also going to be some old standbys, the super important contacts, the ones that it's never really going to change. And but you might not need, basically the kind of thing that you would have a more permanent record of. So he's probably like flipping through it, trying to figure out like who do we need to contact if we're going to another planet to make sure that things go smoothly. Like he's starting to run, he's probably like not in the middle of the discussion, he's kind of maybe more in a corner trying to like plan ahead of like, okay, who are we going to need to talk to, what the logistics of this upcoming endeavor.
Let's make that a roll.
Okay.
So
that, yeah.
We're trying to, first of all, our audience is, and you guys are super fantastic, and we got some really, really great, very positive and in-depth comments on YouTube. One of which was, hey, remember this thing that's mentioned on this page? That's actually really important. So some folks who know the system better than we do, having played it once, now twice. So we're changing it up to be a little bit more player forward. So instead of me telling you what skill and drive you're going to use, you tell me. I reserve the right to veto if it doesn't make sense. Like if
So I
you're
can't
trying to
just
find
do everything
information,
with, like swords.
right? Exactly. Like if you're,
Okay.
I want to find information on this Redulian crystal pad or with a computer network, and I'm going to stab it. Probably not.
Mhm.
Stab our way to Arrakis.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. In that case, I think what probably makes the most sense is so for those who are not because I don't think the audience can see my character sheet.
Correct.
I have a couple different statements. I've got of the stats that characters have. There's duty, faith, justice, power, and truth for my drives, and then battle, communicate, discipline, move, and understand for my skills. And the highest rated ones have drive statements. And so, for example, my drive statement for duty is the house's will is iron. And I chose that because I wanted to kind of represent that ultimately Orabon, his guiding light is what the house needs and what's important for the house. But then also power not used is power lost. And if you have an opportunity to try and exercise, a power to, get advantage in a situation, Orabon just thinks you should go for that. And so I think that really it's a lower stat, but I think this would be a power and a power and either a discipline or a communicate. I think probably a communicate combination that, because it's Orabon's focus in communication is about persuasion, and this is going to be a task that's about not just figuring out who you need to talk to, but who you can talk to that is going to be helpful, who can be convinced to be helpful to the house. And so it's not just looking up names in a book, it's also considering like navigating through the web of social contacts that Orabon knows of and figuring out how to get to what is the right collection of names to talk to and tactics to take to try and figure out, how are we gonna make this a smooth operation. So I think that's probably going to be a power communication. So that's a 7 and 8.
Cool. So you currently have no momentum, which means you are going to be rolling 2 die. You could give me a threat to gain a 3rd die. This is an opportunity to build momentum. Research. I like to start with research, regardless of the 2d20 system, because it's a good way of doing momentum. And I'm going to say the difficulty is only 1. Okay. So you're almost certain to succeed especially with your target being so high. But for 1 threat, you could get potentially 1 or 2 more momentum, which could then be used to create an asset. So you tell me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that because we need the help we can get. I mean, like I said, we are starting off at 0 momentum, and we're going to need it for future endeavors. So I'm going to give you, I think it's 2 threat for the first.
1 for the
momentum,
first.
1 threat for the first momentum.
1 for the first, 2 for the second, 3 for the third.
Got it. Okay.
Can't have more than 5.
I'm going to give you 1 threat and get 1 momentum.
Get 1 extra die.
1 extra die, sorry.
So you'll be rolling 3d20.
3d20.
Do you have a focus in your skill that applies?
Oh. So my focus is persuasion. I think I can make a narrative case for why communication is the right skill. I don't think that would be necessarily I don't think I can make a case for why persuasion is really going to be yeah. No, I don't think that's going to apply.
I agree.
That is y'all
2 20s. Come on.
No.
3 20s?
14.
Okay, that's a success.
An 18 and a 20.
Fan-friggin-tastic. Thank you. The dice gods are with us. Sorry, I mean, they're with me.
With you.
With you.
They're with me.
One of them is with me, but not the one I wanted.
Well, the good news is that it's a success. Didn't gain any momentum. But I can tell you that Well, I can give you a few identities and a little bit of information about what you have heard about them. So you know, and this may not be the order in which you do the inquiry, but you know that the Harkonnens are not great fans of the Bene Gesserit in general. I mean, they've been manipulated by the Bene Gesserit forever, but the current Baron Vladimir Harkonnen has some very specific and very personal reasons to dislike Bene Gesserits. So there aren't that many that are currently in Arrakis or even directly in House Harkonnen's service. But there are a few, and there is in fact a distant cousin of the Barons, very distant, and on his mother's side. Her name is Urena, and she is a Bene Gesserit sister. So it occurs to you, knowing that the Bene Gesserit, they work for themselves first, and the Emperor second, that is one possible avenue. And you're going to be bringing a Bene Gesserit with you. So you're able to uncover that. In terms of intelligence about her, she is basically kept away from anything important. So it's unlikely, in terms of her role in the Harkonnen operation, there really isn't one. But she's a Bene Gesserit, and she's resourceful, and who knows what the Sisterhood has her doing. So she might know some more information than she's supposed to. Whether she'd give that to you, you don't know, but that is a good thing to know. You know from Tavar that his primary contact is a smuggler named Guruk. And Guruk is well known to the family. He's not, certainly not someone you would invite to a state dinner, but he plays his role. And as a minor smuggler, but independent, has a great investment. I mean, a lot of his revenue comes from direct dealing with House Elacca. So he is motivated to continue the arrangement. Intel that you would be able to get from him is, I don't think you've ever met him, but just from conversations with Tavar and just the sort of information and conversation you would have had with your spy master, he is a partisan. He is almost certainly motivated, or the assessment is that he is motivated primarily by his hatred of the Harkonnens and his disdain for authority in general, which can be useful leverage. But then again, he's a partisan. So, and that's a two-edged sword. He's animated by...
It's a spear, but...
he's animated by passion beyond his own personal gain, which can be a good or a bad thing. Other things that you would know. You wouldn't know a lot about the Fremen. You would know, however, that Guruk does obviously deal with the Fremen. You know that one of the biggest customers of your particular product is a woman named Rachera. She is a resident of Arrakis, and she runs the Oasis, which is a Semuta bar. I would say it's in a bad neighborhood of Arrakis, but there's no such... That's basically...
They're no good neighborhoods.
It's all of Arrakis except for the palace and the spaceport and other kind of Harkonnen-controlled areas. But... and you know that her demand has gone up. Her happiness with your product has gone up because more and more people are interested in taking the Semuta. And I would say, again, you are not a mentat, but you work with one. And a lot of the information that you have is being filtered through his analysis. It is almost certain that not only are the Harkonnens turning a blind eye to the increase in Semuta use and distribution in Arrakis, but they're probably subtly promoting it. First approximation, a pacified populace is easier to control.
Okay.
And you think, this is an assumption, but there have been some rumblings that particularly the city Fremen, right? Not really Fremen. The Fremen don't consider them Fremen, but they come from that culture and they like to call themselves Fremen, or at least the more radical ones do. There is some spiritual or religious element to Semuta use. Maybe not for all. Some just use it as an escape. But you have heard, for example, that at the Oasis there is also a fortune teller that is widely consulted. So there's it's a low confidence correlation, but it is of note in the Spymaster's records that there may be some spiritual, religious, or other cultural significance that is not understood. Now, whether that's a motivating force or whether it's something endemic to the population, no one really knows. But there are just enough hints that suggest that it might just be a bit more than life is tough. I'd rather be blissed out and listen to really horrifying music. Because, by the way, Semuta music is not particularly listenable to unless you are super high, because it's very discordant, atonal, weird music. But it does fun stuff to your brain if you're on Semuta. So
Okay.
that's a good. I mean, you don't have access to all of the Spymaster's records, but certainly as a trusted ally, you are able to benefit from not only your own but also his connections and data gathering and some analysis. So all of that happens in everyone else is kind of talking, kind of do a little bit of flashback of, oh, what's going on with their mother? We have to go to Arrakis, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Tavar rolling his eyes and talking about how terrible that place is, et cetera. Meanwhile, you're reviewing your records, accessing data, and can provide as much or as little of that information to your fellows as you would like.
Mm-hmm. I would imagine that everyone else is probably talking and planning while I have my nose buried in a book. So I feel like, how much and when I share exactly would depend on I'm not going to just info dump on everybody else. It's probably more as it comes up organically.
Okay. I mean, and also everyone can see that Orban is half paying attention as he does some research. And probably sees a few moments of, interesting. So you know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably going over with some other staff about duties that need to be done while I'm off world. Maybe even conferring with the marshal about proper security measures, both in my absence and for us on Arrakis.
I think the marshal will communicate to you. First, will communicate to you congratulations on recovering your sword.
Thank you.
And we'll also communicate that given the fact that there was an attack from orbit on the vital resources of House Elacca, that all available security forces are going to be focused on maintaining the safety of the house, its sovereigns, and its possessions.
Absolutely.
Which is another way of saying you're on your own.
It's fine by me. I just wanted to go over it with you.
Much appreciated. This is someone who is not necessarily the biggest fan of you. Probably
I kind of gathered that, but I'm still professional around him.
Yeah, almost certainly respects your particular skills. But probably thinks that you're a relic of bygone days. And you're just one man.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's that.
What else is happening?
I'm probably similarly debriefing somebody. Like under no circumstances are you to accept a bouquet of lilies on behalf of this house following the tragedy that happened. Do not do it. I will find out.
Right. You're probably talking to maybe the counselor.
Yeah.
One of the other advisors.
One of the other advisors who is going to take over while I'm gone.
Yeah.
With the political advising.
I will say this person is probably politically adept and savvy, but almost certainly believes themselves or believes that this role is beneath them because there's not that much. It's like, sure, no lilies. But then again, what happens if he accepts them? He's embarrassed, but he won't know he's embarrassed. It's like, we're in the backwater. This is someone who has ambition, I will say.
Well, so do I.
Yes.
But if he looks bad, so do we.
Yes. They'll understand it, but this is someone who maybe doesn't share your values exactly, but is competent.
Sure.
Tavar, what are you doing?
Mental checklists of what needs to be packed to go back to that sand trap.
Yes. So
once all the the kind of the talk and the everyone's done, he will do his kind of quintessential bare knuckles. Here's how it's gonna be. You need to prepare for this. You need to pack these things. You need to get the house tailor going. We all need silt suits. We all need these things. If you like anything green, you got to bring it with you. There is no plant life. There is nothing. There is, all those things. And he's just kind of lay it out there and bare. And we're going to go there. Tavar has some contacts he needs to meet with in person. And that's what he sees as this main part of this mission, is to at least let the customers back there know that something went down and something behind it, or something crazy was behind it.
Now that Guruk is going to be expecting a shipment soon.
Yep.
You're not going to be able to bring a shipment, but I think it would occur to you. You can't bring still suits because they don't exist unless you're a Fremen, basically. But you can certainly be prepared.
Okay.
I don't even know if their existence is well known. You probably have seen one, though, because Guruk is known to employ... Well, he's known to deal with the Fremen. And you suspect that some members of his crew may be Fremen or may be exiled. You're not quite sure what the culture is like. but some of them are very, very native.
Got it. So not still suits, but desert gear.
Would it
And
be
water tokens.
Just a suggestion, like maybe bring water.
Yeah.
Well,
Bring water.
water tokens.
that-
A small
Water tokens,
supply
air
of
clothing.
spice in case for bribes, but for dealing with common people, you're going to need to bring the native currency, which is water tokens. And it would behoove you to find some way to try to bring some amount of Semuta with you.
Yes. Yep. That is definitely a token. This is what we can bring now because shit's messed up, yo.
Yep. Now, you can do that above board. It's just that you won't make any profit on the deal.
Right.
You will have to, basically you will, if you exchange it for spice, it will basically pay for itself, but there won't be a lot of profit, which is the real problem. It's not that you can't move Semuta, it's just that the taxes are going to be too high, or the bribes you have to pay the Spacing Guild are going to be too high. But still, that would maintain at least his business and his credibility for a bit. And I don't know that you really want to go to him empty-handed.
No.
Other things that you can inform: it is hot, it is dry, it is smelly. Water is the second most precious currency after spice, unless you were in the desert, in which case water is the only thing that matters. But you don't plan to ever go in the desert because you'll die. You have an ornithopter that we created as an asset and made permanent last time. You can absolutely have that shipped.
Kaz is a tropical planet, correct?
It's temperate. The Alaka continent has elements that are subtropical,
Okay.
but it's more of like a temperate rainforest than it is like an Amazonian style jungle.
Okay.
If my memory serves.
I was just kind of curious because I'm just trying to figure out how ill prepared is Orabon for the level of moisture conservation that is going to be required in the future, and I don't think he would be very.
Oh, yeah, no.
I don't think any of us are except for Tovar, right?
But to the best of your knowledge, with the possible exception of meeting somewhere else with your contacts, no one leaves Arrakis unless you're actively harvesting and smuggling, either legally or illegally harvesting spice. No one. There are Fremen that allegedly live near Arrakis out in the desert, and you know,
Right, but nobody's been able to prove that.
oh well, they know they exist because they sometimes come into town.
Dozens.
But yeah, it's little family bands of weirdos.
Yeah.
But no one lives in the desert. No one spends time in the desert. It's deadly. Not just because it's just a desert, which will kill you very, very quickly. But there's also like sandworms and stuff.
How big could they be? They're just worms.
You've got your Rodillion crystal. You've got a projector. You can pull up
That's
the
true.
Arrakis Dune, desert planet, source of the spice. And then
that's true.
sandworms. Like, I wonder how big they really are. And you pull up some footage from an ornithopter watching sandworm eat a spice harvester. You're like, oh, I didn't know the spice harvesters were so small. And you pull up the specs of a spice harvester and realize it's like, oh, that's like an apartment building. Okay, these things are huge and terrifying.
I'm just like, I'm zooming out and out. I'm trying to fit the whole thing in frame, and I'm just like, how big is this thing? And just like incredulous about like the scale of these things, like just kind of like as I'm poking around on them on the display.
Yeah. And there are rumors of even larger ones in the deep desert.
But nobody goes to the deep desert.
Yeah.
Because that's suicide.
Yeah. So, I think you know as much as, records will tell you. So you are prepared. From your perspective, making sure that you have a sufficient supply of water tokens. And that's something that you can basically just requisition. You don't have an infinite number, but you would have some. Tavar, certainly in order to set Tavar up during the times that Tavar needs to either go there or send crews there. So as long as you're not there for a long time, you're not going to have to get a job. And you have spice, and you can always trade spice for more. But I would say spice is probably more useful as a bribe.
And I've always got one of the assets that I created was like basically a single bribe's worth of spice.
Yes.
That just pretty much always. I mean, it's a lot of money to be carrying around in a little packet, but it's that practice has served me well in the past.
Yes. It is highly desired by everyone. So, what is your plan?
We need to book passage.
Yes.
Should we take the ornithopter?
Yes.
I mean, who knows? We probably are going to need. I mean, we're trying to figure out our smuggling connections.
Passage once we get there, because the city's not exactly small, and if we want to move unseen, we need to have our own way to do it.
Yes.
Because, no offense, lady, but you're gonna stick out. People will notice you because of who you are. So without a way to get around, you will just be a good decoy.
I can walk like a normal person. Like, not a Bene Gesserit,
But we're going to Harkonnen territory. They can smell them, I swear.
We'll see.
On that, actually, so I've been trying to figure out. I mean, who can we get in touch when we get there? The house, the records, the Spymaster's records mentioned that there is a. Oh, where is that? Where is that name? Urena. Lucia, did you ever meet a Urena when you were training? We might be able to contact. She is a Harkonnen, so I mean, the records mention that she is probably not very well connected, but she might be able to get us some help in the Harkonnen house, machinations, or give us some information at least. Lucia, do you have any kind of any potential contact with her?
I'm guessing no.
We could make it a roll.
Okay. I mean, we can make it a roll. Let's see. What would we roll if we were going to roll that? Probably duty, because my duty to the sisterhood. And then I guess communicate, maybe.
Yep.
Or maybe like understand, one of those.
Yeah, I think either would work, and we can call this it's almost like a retroactive. How informed have you made yourself? How it with your ambition and your sense of duty. How aware and connected are you with things that are outside of House Alaka and House Akaz? And House Martani is your mortal enemy. Outside that immediate sphere, how connected have you become, or have you maintained?
And understand might be better because you have that trait, House Politics,
Yeah,
which is
This is
Yeah.
house politics.
Sorry, am I allowed to
Yeah.
talk about this, or is it specifically like?
Oh no,
I-
I'm happy to have folks talk about like the mechanics, since folks can't see and nor would you understand necessarily the character sheets. But yeah, there are focuses and traits and talents and things that characters have that are part of what makes them special and unique. And finding ways to leverage those is certainly good, because a real person would fall back on their strengths.
It makes sense.
Okay. Let's make it difficulty 0.
Okay.
Because it's really just, it's an opportunity to get a little information, potentially earn enough momentum to create an asset, which could be an intangible asset like information that could be used for introduction or leverage.
Okay. Because I have that focus house politics,
Yes.
anything less than 6 would be a critical, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let me go ahead and roll.
And you can also give me a single threat to roll with 3 die. Generate more momentum.
I think I'm
Difficulty
okay.
0.
I appreciate the offer. However,
You have a greater than 25% chance per die of critting.
yeah, I think it's fine.
Don't worry,
Let's see.
I have plenty of threat. I'm not threat fishing here.
Okay, so I got 2 9s, which
Beautiful.
is 2 successes but no crits.
Lovely. So you generate 2 momentum. She is trained as a historian. And just based on your understanding, and you have access to information and records, and you can remember things, and I mean, you're practically superhuman. You know also that she is a genetic asset.
Interesting.
You are unaware of the negotiations that were involved or what leverage was applied to have her actually be trained as a sister. But this is not a record necessarily that you can pull up, but this is just your understanding of the sisterhood. It is almost certain. You know that the Harkonnen family is one of the ones that the sisterhood is very, very interested in and has intervened in their bloodline many times. If leverage was applied to get a even distant relative of the Baron to be trained as a sister and then implanted back within the family, it's almost certain that there's part of the, millennia long genetic manipulation plan involved.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Now, whether she knows that or not is another question.
Yeah, it's possible that she doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that historians can't be savvy
Right.
politically, but she may or may not be.
Well, and for a minor house or an allied house of the Harkonnens to wed even a distant cousin who also happens to be Bene Gesserit, or to take one as a concubine, would be a significant, political attachment or a political benefit. So she is certainly a potentially unwanted or not well beloved asset of the Harkonnens, but it's likely that she's a very similar sort of asset to the sisterhood. Because everyone knows Harkonnen history. Murder, death, debauchery, and depravity.
Repeat.
Yeah. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Sure. Okay, so I will share the general information, but not the genetic asset part
Okay.
with everyone. And say that, I don't know her personally, but it is possible that she would be willing to talk to me, given our shared sisterhood.
Yep.
make a note of that.
Now you have 2 momentum. Would you have to create an asset? But it's not going to necessarily be a percent, because if I recall correctly, it costs more than that to create a permanent asset.
I believe it takes 3 momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could create an asset from that roll, but you would then need to, or bank it and allow someone else to do it, but you would then need to find a way of generating more momentum or an asset that you can use in the near term.
I mean, I guess would that count what we just did as an obtain information kind of roll?
So
very
obtain
specific?
information is a momentum spend. So whenever on most types of rolls, even like you could theoretically stab someone, and then if you generated excess momentum, you could spend momentum to obtain information about them, like what kind of armor they're wearing or what's their training, right? So
Stab the information out of you.
yeah,
You're
It's
like,
literally one of my talents.
Yep.
So
yep,
suck it out through the blade.
yeah, exactly. So you could, however, certainly spend momentum to obtain information, ask more questions.
I don't think I have any more questions about her. I think we just bank those momentum for now.
Yes. They will go, one will go away as we transition scenes, just to be clear.
Unless I don't, unless you guys have something that you can think of that we should be doing.
what's the mechanics question? What's the breadth of obtain information?
It literally is ask another question.
Is it asking
And whenever
that character a question or asking you a question?
It's asking me a
about
question about the character, the world, the situation.
Is she trustworthy? Is this a good idea to contact her? Is she more loyal to the Harkonnens than the Bene Gesserit? These are questions that would be helpful to have answered.
Okay. So I do actually have, because I have hyper awareness, anytime I spend a momentum to ask a question, I get 2 questions.
Yep.
So since we're going to lose it anyway, let's go ahead.
All right. So you spend one of your momentum. You are now at 1, and you get to ask 2 questions that are relevant to the role, basically.
Based on what I know about politics, is it likely that she will help me or be in any position to help me?
I'll count those as the same question, but there's different answers. Will she help you? Depends on what you are wanting her to help you with. It is almost certain that she may think she is more loyal to her family, but she's a sister, and that means things. So you are fairly certain that you would be able to apply the appropriate leverage to get reasonable assistance. But she is almost certainly not going to do anything directly against her house or directly against whatever order she is under. I think that the biggest challenge you have is you don't know and don't really have a way to find out what orders she's operating under or what directives from this that she's been given from the sister, if any. Would she be in a position to help you? Your understanding of the Harkonnens is good enough that it is almost certain that she is isolated from anything having to do with the politics or the operations of the house. But again, it doesn't mean she doesn't know things. It doesn't mean she doesn't have contacts. But she is not in a position to help you, at least on its face.
Sure.
She's probably keeping a library somewhere that no one goes to.
Well, I could go to the library.
You certainly could.
I love libraries.
You certainly could. But yeah, would she help you? Depends on what kind of help you're looking for. Could she help you? Overtly, probably not. But if what you're asking for is not contrary to her duty to her house or the sisterhood, then certainly. Because she's a sister.
And
That's
that
your
means
first question.
Okay. Does anyone else have a second question?
Well, we had a couple other leads of contacts. I was wondering. I mean, maybe instead of like a question that Lucia might have about her contacts, maybe we could use that point to ask about, like Tovar. Is there anything that you might need to know about the smuggler that you know? Wait, is it Tovar or was it Rennick who knows the smuggler?
Tovar. Yeah,
Okay.
knows the smuggler.
Maybe there's something-
that would require a subsequent roll. So the
outside
obtain
the-
information momentum spend is kind of like a before you close out that action, you can get more information, and then when you switch
It
out,
has to be,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, never
gotta be
mind.
specific to this situation.
I've got an idea. Rennick wouldn't know anything about this, but maybe you could like probe more into Lucia's secret mission. Like ask a question related to that. Like, would a historian assist you in your projectiva work?
Sure.
But like
Actually, really good.
an avenue around there.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is why we have the writer's
That's
room.
a really good question. I like that.
Yes, it occurs to you. You don't know if she is overtly a historian of Arrakis. But given what you know about sisters, it is very likely that she has gathered a lot of information that is probably of very little political import. But when it comes to the history of Arrakis, well, beyond just the history of House Harkonnen, but the history of Arrakis, its people, its culture, she certainly would have cover because the Harkonnens don't care. So even out of sheer boredom, she almost certainly knows a lot about what historically has happened, and is as a sister very observant of individuals and groups. So she would, can she help you? Who knows? But does she have information that might be relevant about the culture?
Sure.
And even if she's not read into the Missionaria, it could certainly be good intel on the best leverage points. Like, you could just have a completely surface conversation with her about local myth and custom, and you would be able to detect the symbology of the Missionaria to know where it's taken place, or taken root. So yes.
Okay. Very good.
So those are your two
Thank you.
questions. And you have a momentum. So we can
We
bank it
also
and then
have-
lose it. Go ahead.
A major boon from Kuro.
Ooh, lovely.
2 major boons and 1 minor bane.
Lovely.
Yes,
Just keeping track.
I am.
All right.
Well done.
Tavar. I mean, we talked a little bit about like the plan and what you're going to need to bring. Why don't we have you make a roll to apply some cunning like think about the approach as you're plotting and planning. It may also help you decide, like, do you want to bring a little Semuta? Do you want to risk it and bring a lot of Semuta? Is bringing the ornithopter a good thing? Just to kind of like, I think we've all done our moments of thoughtfulness and introspection, or several of you have. So I'm going to say, let's invoke one of those major boons to give you a difficulty 0. Let me think about it. Roll.
Okay. I would think the skill is going to be understand, because I have a specialty in smuggling.
Yep.
And that is why we're going there in the first place.
Yep.
So that's definitely the wheelhouse. And then for drives, I think I'm going to go with justice, just because the drive for justice he has is justice is what you can get away with. And that seems very fitting with what we're trying to do, and what Tovar does best is, get away with things. So
Yep. No doubt.
So yeah, I think a justice understand would be the way to go, just to really kind of lay it out there. What can we bring that won't draw too much attention, and how do we use it when we get there?
Yep. What will best advantage you?
Yeah.
Okay. Make the roll. You can always give me threat if you would like.
You could use that remaining momentum.
Yes, you can use the remaining momentum to buy a die.
So what with was the major boon, or the major boon, is that what made it a 0, or does that affect the roll somehow? Okay.
Yeah. And basically saying it's an opportunity, at least, for an aha moment.
Got it. Okay. I will use the momentum unless anybody objects.
Please do.
So
use it or lose
3 dice. We got a 9, a 5, and a 12. So the 5 and the 9, or the 5 crits, and the 9 and the 12 are both successes.
So that generates 4 momentum, which is enough to create a permanent asset. Which is, I think, perfect application. So, it occurs to you, just having dealt with Guruk in the past, going hard is the way to go. Going hand in hand with a little bit of Semuta saying, "Oh, sorry, we'll get it worked out." You're not sure what his agenda is, but you know he has an agenda. I mean, you don't have the full Mentat assessment that Orban has, but you've met with and worked with the guy, and you get to have this gut instinct that he's a true believer in something. And that if you want to motivate him, you need to make sure that he understands that working with you is the only way to advance whatever his agenda is. Your gut says you bring a lot of Semuta, and you threaten to deal directly with...
Cut him out.
With the customers. It's like, we can't afford to have you take your cut. We can always go straight to the oasis.
All right. Well, I think then the permanent asset would just be a lot of Semuta.
I'm not going to make you pay for that, because I think that's just something that you can get. And you're going to have to pay the guild a bunch of spice for that anyway. Sure. I would say some asset that is related to helping you successfully deal with him. It does not have to be a physical asset. It can be an intangible asset. It could be, I'm not quite sure how to word it, but it could just be you understand how to push his buttons.
Emotional leverage.
Yeah. Emotional leverage.
Sort of leverage. Yeah. Okay.
So for your record, you now have an asset.
Leverage on Guruk.
Yeah, emotional leverage.
Got it.
On Guruk, which will cost you 3, but it will persist.
All right, and then we
very worthwhile.
1.
You still have 1. which you could spend for gather information.
I just don't want like a Han Solo Lando situation. So gathering information might be good.
Yeah, I think Tovar's, he's gonna think. So he's got his usual contacts, but if he's gonna help anybody make some connections and learn, basically where would be the best place to go, or maybe he might be reaching out to some people ahead of time to confirm, like, are the old certain watering holes the best places to go to get information subtly? Kind of a
Yeah, I would say
what's
kind
a
of
scuttlebutt?
yeah.
And can he do that off-world, or is that something that kind of would have to wait until on-world? Otherwise, it's more of a, hey, is so-and-so still running the tavern? Is
Yeah.
what they still running the fighting ring, kind of a thing, just to kind of prep his previous contacts when he gets there.
Yeah, and I mean the smuggling is periodic, but it's frequent, right? Because you're not moving tons and tons of Semuta, and a small amount goes a long way. So I would say you haven't, just through your normal communications, you haven't heard of any significant shifts recently, but connecting to your previous instinct, you think that going and talking to Rachera, who you maybe have met once. This is the proprietress of the Oasis.
All right.
Partly because that's an opportunity to gather information, because she is somewhat invested in, the Semuta continuing to flow, but also partly because it backs up your leverage with Guruk, especially if you talk to her first. That has risks, obviously. There's going to be a conflict with Guruk where you're trying to leverage your emotional insight over him.
Yeah.
Cool. And like it might, like, for example, talking to her first might increase the complication range because he might take offense. But it might also provide additional information and lend more credence to the we're willing to cut you out if we have to. So that's just information that you can use to base your decision. It's not a cue from me that that's what you need to do to make the plot happen, because the plot is whatever you guys do.
And that is a great answer to his question.
Cool. Well, goblets of wine or tea have been delivered. A light repast of local fiddlehead fern salad and various different things is eaten. All that is left is for someone to, not one of you, someone to arrange passage on the Highlander. So collectively, what are your decisions around what you are bringing? Because once you're on it, and then almost instantaneously half a galaxy away in orbit above Arrakis, getting things that should be easy to achieve, easy to grab from the house, is going to be a real challenge. So, what are you bringing? A lot of Semuta, a little Semuta. Bringing the Ornithopter, not bringing the Ornithopter.
Yes,
Bringing the Ornithopter.
Okay.
Yeah,
for sure.
Bringing the Ornithopter, bringing a lot of Semuta.
Okay.
I don't think we need a lot of Semuta.
Didn't we need a lot to
The leverage
trade with other people?
Well, we've already got our contacts, and the threat is really just to kick them out of the business, to go around them.
Yeah.
So that's
I think the threat the threat would be more impactful if we showed a bunch of Semuta and said, we might take this elsewhere.
Fair.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was saying.
And a little and a lot is I mean, we're not going into the specific
it's not gonna be a Highlander fault.
cubic feet worth, but think narrative or emotional impact. Like, oh wow, you brought a lot, or oh, that's just a little bit, right? So it's more of
And a lot.
are you bringing a token, or are you bringing a commercially viable amount to support your narrative, like something that you could give to the proprietress of the Oasis, and that would be a decent supply as a demonstration of you're her new direct supplier, and therefore set that threat up. So a good amount of Semuta, a viable amount of Semuta, bringing the Ornithopter, bringing a spice bribe, right? Where are you going to stay?
Are there rooms for visiting house dignitaries anywhere?
Yes. So there are effectively diplomatic residences. Well, there's like the real diplomatic residences where if you are summoned by the Harkonnens or dispatched by the Emperor, but there, for wealthy trade partners, etc. Now, the Harkonnens aren't your biggest fans, but they aren't currently involved in. They don't have Canley against House Akaz, so I think the question boils down to: is your approach going to be one of we are trade emissaries, looking to negotiate, which is going to mean you need to have contact with the Harkonnens, or are you going stealth? Because the choice of how you situate yourself is going to say a lot to anyone who might be observing.
Do we have enough money or spice, I guess, to bribe the guild to make it less obvious that we're arriving?
Yeah, for sure.
Stealth is an option.
So stealth is an option.
Yep. They're both an option. I mean, you have not, I mean, you're a minor house, you have, but this is important and your enterprise is important to House Akaz. So you could certainly bribe to manufacture a more above board, more obvious and visible presence, or you could pay probably a similar bribe to go in incognito.
It just matters what you want. It doesn't matter like
Yeah,
I
I
guess
guess
Guys are identical.
what I'm thinking about it as is how much of a what posture do we want to set as far as interactions with other houses that people in the know. I think you said earlier that people in the know are going to know that we're here because there are threats or complications with our smuggling.
Yeah.
But
If
that's gonna be
they know
something
you're
that,
here, they're probably going to have a good idea as to why.
yeah. So how broadly do we want to advertise that fact? Do we want every minor house and major house on the planet to know that we are here and be able to infer why? Well, then we go in, loud noise, official diplomatic residence and stuff. Or do we want to keep that on the down low and only tell people when necessary? I think that probably going in stealthily is we can't undo going public.
Yeah.
That would be that's kind of where I'm at. That I think Orban would probably I as Orban is probably I think it's probably better if we go in stealthy because the more people who know why we're there and know that we're there, it's going to make things difficult. And why not, let's not make things difficult ahead of time.
I mean, there are potential complications to going in stealthily as well. If we're caught, the Harkonnen could think that we're up to some subterfuge on the cause's behalf. That could be very bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
for free, I will tell you that dealing with the Harkonnens at all is the problem. Because if you go in publicly, they're not going to be helpful. And if you go in, but it doesn't mean that you couldn't negotiate your way through it. But it's really to what extent do you want to lean into having a bunch of scenes with minor, like intentionally minor, powerless Harkonnen functionaries who cannot help you, who the fact that they are dealing with you is just to send a message that you're not worth anyone with any power dealing with. And I mean, we can do montages of you cooling your heels in Arrakeen for 3 months.
Many
So
On the flip
then-
side, going in stealthy means not being found out, because then if you do have to have scenes where you're interacting directly with the Harkonnens, it's not going to be minor functionaries with no power.
Right.
Yeah.
So
What are the chances that any of us could obscure our identities? Like, Tovar is known here.
Nobody cares about Tavar.
yeah,
Nobody
Tavar
cares.
can go wherever he wants.
it's true.
So
Orabun, I think, probably is decent at blending in.
I might have some issue with that, but issue doing that. I would gladly attempt it, but
Yeah.
You might not be good at it.
no, I'm probably terrible.
I'll tell you this, it all comes down to the situation and the role. And since you guys have control over the skill and drives that you use, you have a lot of flexibility into how you attempt to achieve your objective. I will say your assessment, Lucia, is that it's certainly possible, but not without risk. Particularly when it comes to Rennick, because he is a honorable man.
Well, we just have to use his honor.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's also hard to hide the blades.
That's true.
Yeah.
hard, but not impossible.
Yeah.
No, it's
I mean,
not
you're
impossible.
probably not going to just wear it on your hip.
No.
But yes.
Well, is a
Never take it
Swordmaster of Ginaz, is that something that you could recognize on sight? Like, would somebody who knows be able to look at you, Rennick, and be like, "Oh, that's a Swordmaster"?
If I had the blade out, probably, but
A Mentat, yes. A Bene Gesserit, yes. Another highly skilled combatant with enough time to observe just the way that you outside of combat, even being able to observe how you move and hold yourself could certainly suspect. Common person, no way.
No.
Common person, even if they saw the sword, they would have no idea.
But then again, we're not really worried about the common people.
Right.
We're worried
Yeah,
about
we're worried
the
about
Mentats
being
and Bene
noted
Gesserit
by-
and
Yes.
highly trained people.
Yes. Good
So-
news is
I mean, like-
there aren't that many Bene Gesserit around. And the Mentats don't, at least one of them has very little interest in going anywhere near the common people, the unwashed masses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like the odd Mentat wandering around.
Yeah.
Who
And,
As they do.
the most chance.
depending upon, you don't know for sure what you're heading into. So, because what if the Harkonnens are behind the whole thing? You don't think they are. Maybe
they
the
could
whole thing is a trap to get you guys to Arrakis for some reason.
Dun dun dun.
That would be a really weird flex, man.
It would be. But stranger things have happened.
I mean, it's true. I don't know. Lucia doesn't think that's likely.
No. Yeah. You don't have to be a Mentat to realize that directly undermining House Akaz is probably not the thing that Harkonnens would care to do at the moment. Their focus. Now, Akaz is an ally of the Atreides, but as you know, there's something going on there. But it feels like one of those things that's going to be a little bit longer in gestation.
Yeah. Well, and I sort of suspect the Sisterhood. But, it's what the Sisterhood wanted, so that's what we're doing.
I mean, if anyone is going to gin up an excuse for an Imperial visit, then blow up a plantation, to put you in a tough spot. So when the Bene Gesserit representative comes, you have to go do this thing that they want. I mean, that's kind of on brand for them.
So
Not saying it is, but I'm just saying that that's not a crazy suspicion.
it's not an out there theory. I know more than most people what they're capable of.
Yeah. Bene Gesserit did it should be like one of the top hypotheses for any kind of problem or mystery. It usually
So we were
isn't the
probably
case,
like
but
kind of side-eyeing Lucia the entire time. Like how much do you know about like
I believe I said as much last session.
oh, I completely forgot about that.
I'm openly suspicious of Lucia.
I think 2 out of the 3 other party
Yeah.
members have called me a witch, like to my face.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the one who
But,
hasn't to
you
your
know-
face has done it behind your back. So there's that.
Yep. Until
Yes.
you do something to harm the house, it's not going to be a problem. But
Yep. So
Look, I want the house to succeed just as much as the rest of you. It might not be for the same reason, but just as much as the rest of you.
okay, we'll see about that.
can I get a Major Bane chat for Chev for that Diet Coke and Mentas joke? That's just awful.
I
Worth it.
now, like, I really want what Proxima said. I want a T-shirt that says Bene Gesserit did it.
Yes, I think we should.
There you go.
We'll put that up in the merch
No.
store.
It's been going too smoothly.
So,
There was 2 complications that have yet to come home to roost.
Oh,
oh,
Mhm.
thanks, Duck. I will allow players to redeem Banes. No, it's good. It's good. Oh, and we have Major Banes, and then we have the complication that I did not yet invoke, and I did not take additional threat instead. It is the complication exists. You just haven't uncovered it yet.
Right. So there's still a major bane that Duck just did, a minor bane, and a major boon
Yep.
lurking.
Excellent.
Tovar is all about the stealth approach, so
Okay.
that's his vote.
My vote's for stealth too.
stealth.
As is mine.
Great. So, it would occur to you that one of the things that you're going to need to do is you're going to need to find, once you get there, you're going to need to get in contact and see if you can't find a base of operations that's unobtrusive. It doesn't mean it has to be gross. And you certainly have money. It's just the amount of the number of water tokens that you're going to have to spend to not only rent a spot, but also pay off everyone in the neighborhood to make sure they don't rat you out. And picking the right neighborhood. Good news is, in most of Arrakeen, outside of the Palace District and power generation and the spaceport and other parts that are directly controlled by the Harkonnen organism, most people don't like them much. But they also pay people very, very hefty amounts to spy on and inform on their neighbors. So it's going to be a matter of luck and skill, whether you plant yourself right next to an informant, which makes things very complicated, or not.
Tovar does have a permanent asset of a safe house on Arrakeen.
Oh, you do?
So I do.
You did that at character
At
creation.
creation. So
Lovely.
He's
Well,
got,
never
he's got
mind.
A place. It still will probably take a little bit more grease for some palms to, since there are more people that don't
Yes.
look like me walking around. But it's something.
That will make it cheaper. And then it's just a matter of, are you unlucky and has an informant moved into the neighborhood?
Right.
Who knows? Cool. Well, an indeterminate amount of time passes. So a lot of the whole wrapping up business, informing other people, making sure that your duties continue, getting reports of the destruction and the plan to remedy the destruction at the outlying plantation on one of the islands off the coast. That has to happen. I mean, the just the ordinary daily functioning of the house that you're plugged into, it takes some time to prepare for what could be a very lengthy absence. I assume, Lucia, you provide a briefing of sorts. Just, to make sure that, I'm sorry, I'm looking up his name. Frederick is like aware of what's happening. I'm assuming you don't tell him absolutely everything, but you give him at least enough of an explanation to justify the requisitions that you're making for a really ridiculous amount of spice and water tokens and other things.
Yes.
Probably prepare him with a talk track in case anyone asks.
Yep.
Just keep the commands short.
Right.
Yeah, I basically I give him like the Cliff Notes version, mostly because I don't really trust him to remember all the details.
You write it down.
So I'm just like, if anybody asks you, this is what we're working on.
And it's a reasonable. It's like you sent some. He, being naive, sent some overly skilled, overly too highly placed operatives because it was important, and he just wanted to see if you guys could figure out a way to maintain your business. And I think as long as he believes you, which he does, he could certainly stand up to a truthsayer. Not that one would be called in. Cool. So you've done those things. You book passage on the Highliner. It is, at least several days before it departs. And you pay your exorbitant bribes to bring your heavily laden ornithopter filled with Semuta. And I'm sure it's smuggling compartments and things like that. So it, at least optically, oh yeah, let's examine it for any contraband. Oh yeah, there isn't any. Oops, because everyone got paid. And
like you passed inspection with flying colors.
Yes. And you spend the time waiting for the last of the shuttles to depart and come back aboard a cargo shuttle. And that's where you ride, because you're not paying for some sort of stateroom, especially since you're going incognito. So you effectively act as cargo. And there is that strange, like, tugging at your solar plexus feeling, which is familiar to many of you, probably more familiar to Tavar than anyone else, as someone who probably more regularly travels.
Hate this part.
And that momentary disorientation where all the directions seem like the same direction, and what's ahead of you and what's behind you seems the same, and you have that momentary sense of deja vu in the maybe 5 seconds worth of consciousness. It's like everything kind of comes down to a singularity of consciousness, where for the briefest moment, the differentiations between what you think and what is real, and your past and your present and who knows what might be coming, and your physical reality and your connection to all those things around you are very, very disturbingly blurred. Mm-hmm. And then, without a sound, it stops. And you are in orbit over Arrakis. And you are scheduled to depart. Not first. You probably have another day of waiting. Literally cooling your heels because you're not permitted to go anywhere. Just sitting in boredom, waiting for your chance to depart on your shuttle. So unless there is anything that anyone would like to attempt, you can try to go and like find out more information about what the guild knows. There's all kinds of sneaky stuff that you guys could do. Or we can skip the day and pick up the next scene with you landing at the spaceport in Arrakis.
I think I'm just practicing my Prana Bindu conditioning. Basically, I'm preparing to act like I'm not a Bene Gesserit. Like,
Yes.
walk like a normal person, not be exceedingly graceful.
You
Yes.
want to be one of the common people.
I assume that you brought, I mean, we didn't call it out, but I assume you brought appropriate commoner clothing.
Yeah, I brought just like completely ordinary.
Yes.
Feel like in a different situation, Orabond would want to try and be sneaky, maybe try and like, spread some bribes around, talk to some guild staff and crew, just see if he can get information. But given that the guild is already on kind of alert, exactly, they're already more aware of our house than they would normally be because someone just used atomics to blow up, a ship in our house's orbit. Like, I don't want to push things. I don't want to make our house stand out more than it is already in the minds of the guild that makes the galaxy run. And so Orabon is exercising restraint for once
Okay.
and just chilling.
Proud of you, Orabon.
And Tavar is probably just enjoying the last moments of clean, if recycled
Desert.
air.
Yeah.
Fresh if recycled water, an atmosphere that everything doesn't vaguely smell like sweat and spice.
Yep.
Cool. Well,
An entire planet that smells like a locker room.
yes.
I've got a skill focus
Yes.
under move called Swift. Does that speed up our
It does not.
deep? Okay.
It is not. However, I mean, you could have used some of your assets to bribe, for an earlier launch, but we don't have to play out a day. Just giving you a chance to say, I'm not railroading you into immediately making landfall. There are things you could do, but probably wiser not to detour. So, yes, you are given permission to debark the Highliner and your large, slow, kind of old cargo craft, mostly carrying various other goods, with a significant portion of the cargo bay being taken up by your ornithopter. Yes, and you are deposited. The ornithopter is offloaded. What are you going to do about that? Because you now have
Tavar, do you
an
have a
ornithopter.
place where you normally store an ornithopter?
You just don't bring an ornithopter with me.
You normally don't.
But I think I know a guy.
You probably do.
I think I got smuggler connections.
Yes.
So
Would
I know
our
a guy.
I would imagine that different precautions would have to be taken to prevent an ornithopter being just destroyed by sand and grit and everything. Like, is our ornithopter going to, like, I assume it's like prepped for desert.
Yeah. I mean, they're very fragile looking, but it's 10,000 years in the future. It's very advanced technology. Now, artificial intelligence and computer technology is not super advanced because of this little thing about AIs taking over the galaxy and nearly extinguishing all life, but material science and engineering is quite advanced. So it will not survive a sandstorm, but there aren't many things that will. But yeah, it'll be fine. I mean, there'll be more wear and tear here than there was on Alaka, but yeah.
Okay.
But yes, someone's going to have to maintain it. Someone's going to have to take care of it. But for a short trip, it won't be a problem. I assume that your safe house doesn't have a helipad on the roof.
No.
Say yes. Say yes.
No.
It does.
It doesn't.
It's not.
I mean, you can say it does. You can say, no, it's a grand palace with a helipad on the roof. It's like, okay, good. Super obvious. I love it. So
Yeah, there'll have to be a connection made with some smuggler connection that either runs maintenance or does maybe testing. Hey, this is not a new prototype, but an old prototype they're going to bring in to see if it fares better than some of the newer versions of ornithopters being used by the fleet, just to kind of run a comparison test.
Yep. So, cover story, contact, payment, and secrecy. And so I'm thinking of this loosely as an espionage conflict. So, so think of it as a gated, kind of a series of gated tasks to see how successful you are at not just putting it away, but making sure that you have access to it when you need it.
Right. So,
let's see how good your rationalization is. And other, as long if you are willing to bring others in, it doesn't all have to be your tasks. You can certainly collaborate.
I'm really good at espionage.
It's true.
Throwing that out there.
Well, you're more good at observing and gathering information, but
I mean, but
certainly when it comes up,
I have a focus in espionage.
Yeah, coming up with a believable story is
we had a whole day languishing.
It's probably something that you are quite good at. Yes. So
yeah.
And we have boons, right? And we have banes. We have no momentum because it's been many, many days. But we will start off with figuring out how good and how believable your cover story is, as effectively the Harkonnen customs inspectors are coming to say, "Oh, you have an ornithopter. We've been told, and there are guild agents standing here, that it's been cleared of all, things that it shouldn't have in it. So we're not going to take a look because we're also on the, we're also being paid off. But they are going to expect some sort of reasonable reason why you have this thing. So why don't you go ahead and make that roll?
And this will be a group effort.
Yeah. I think it makes sense to take different rolls, or you can each take a different piece of it. So Hell, I think you're up first.
Okay. So I think I want to take the discipline because I have espionage.
Yep.
As a focus, and that would help.
Yep.
I don't know what to take for my drive. I don't think that my power or my truth drives apply. But I do think duty might. My watchwords for that are what must be done must be done.
Yep.
So I think that I'm trying to beat 13 and the crit range is 6.
Yes. That is correct. Difficulty 2.
And we don't have any momentum.
Don't have momentum.
What do y'all think? Should I take some threat?
I mean, this is a risky thing that you're doing.
Okay. I will. 1?
Yeah.
2? 1.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 1 or 3.
1 or 3.
Because the second one costs 2.
Ew. Okay, I'll take 1.
Well, we also have no momentum. And so, I mean, it could also be it's important for you to pass this, but also, it might, spend some threat, get some momentum for use later. I don't know.
I'm okay with 1.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Just 1? Just 1. Okay, here we go. I got a 6,
Good.
a 10,
Good.
and a 13.
Good. Oh, what was your target?
13.
13. So that's, what is that, 3 or 4? You said
The
5?
crit rate was 2 6. I don't know if 6 includes.
Oh
does it
yeah.
have to be
Yeah,
6 or
if your skill is a 6 and you scored a 6, then that's a crit. Because
Awesome.
your focus applies. So that's 4 successes. Lovely. So that gains you 2 momentum. And I know this is effectively kind of an extended situation, but it's one scene as we see a montage of what happens. So I'm going to pay attention to the feedback. So narrate your success for me. Or you can tell me to do it, but
So we spent a long time on the ship thinking very hard about what we were going to say to these Harkonnen officials. I do think that the cover story of like trying to see how a different brand of like ornithopter, like an older model, will handle the desert.
yep. And it has been modified.
It's been modified. We've like we can show like the extra seals and the like extra precautions that we've added onto it. Like the material science stuff that's different.
Yep.
So I think that's what we go with
You
as
can,
an explanation.
you can pretend to represent an entrepreneurial family from Reches who is looking to retrofit ornithopters that were originally created for less harsh worlds and are looking to find a partner or buyer here in town who is willing to give it a real world test. And it's believable. So I assume you'll bank the additional momentum.
Yeah, I'm going to bank
Okay,
the
cool.
additional. So that's how many? 2?
Yes.
2.
Cool.
So who is going to contact the shady person? Probably so.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I will contact the shady person. I'm gonna guess communicate
Mm-hmm.
and justice for Tovar might be fitting because justice is what you can get away with. So we're gonna kind of employ the shady contact as a shady contact.
Well, and you're doing this to get justice for your house.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's an interesting statement because your orientation to justice is somewhat atypical. But I think it makes sense in this case.
Okay. So the skill is 6.
And do you have a?
So I don't think the focuses apply.
Well, one could argue that it's understand justice. I think when it comes to negotiating the bribe,
Fair.
that's going to be communicate. I think
Okay.
in this case, it's more about what you know. And in which case, your focus and understanding about smuggling would apply.
Okay. So skill of
Difficult.
6 then.
Difficult. Yep. So your total there is your target is going to be 12. You will crit on a 6 and below. Complication range is still 20. You have 2 die, difficulty 2, and you have a lot of momentum. Or 2 momentum. So you can certainly use that to buy additional die.
I will certainly use 1 momentum.
Okay.
So there's a 16, 4, and a 6. So 2 crits.
Beautiful. So that is a net of 2 more.
4.
Net of 2 more
Yeah.
momentum. 2 more momentum after the deduction. Yes. It takes you a moment. I mean, people don't expect you necessarily. The ornithopter has moved over into a staging area as part of Lucia's conversation with the officials. You know, they know that you're going to arrange delivery, so it's not going to be impounded immediately. So I think while you're able to access local communications and send a few messages and ask a few contacts, but beyond that, bad habit, narrate for me what the outcome is.
So from the local conversation and Tovar's connections, he makes a call to Nid, who is... He doesn't run the local salvage yard. He's kind of like their brilliant but inept mechanic. And so he's going to be the contact that's really knows the details of the like materials testing and kind of the understanding, hey, this, you know, those new fancy ornithopters, they got some extra communication stuff that actually might not be helping them. And so he thinks he knows a way because he just knows these things. So that's the guy that's going to kind of help house and allow access to the ornithopter.
Yep.
If and when we need it.
Yep. Is this person savvy enough to realize that what you're basically asking is we need you to hide this at the salvage yard?
Yes.
But if anyone asks, this is the story?
Yes.
Got it. Cool. So now, the challenge is he doesn't run the place. He's more than happy to help you out. And there are, in fact, particularly some communications modifications that have been made. So it might actually be that there's some use in studying it as long as he doesn't dismantle anything while he's doing it. But his boss is going to take a bribe. Someone's going to need to negotiate that.
Sounds like a job for Orabon.
If you weren't going to volunteer yourself, I was going to volunteer you. So.
Tovar was already nudging him.
Yeah. He's probably like he was standing, you know, a little bit back from it, not really paying attention, but probably like as Tovar was talking to was it Nib or was it Rib?
Nid
was talking to Nid. He was probably like, Orabon was also looking around at like, okay, trying to get a sense for, you know, the kind of the relative power structure of what's going on. Like who's walking around like they own the place, who is walking around like they're trying to hide what they're doing, trying to get a feel for like, you know, that kind of stuff. So at this point, Orabon would probably like step in and because it's like, I'm assuming probably like the Nid was said something like, okay, well, I gotta go run this by my boss. And when Orabon heard that, he kind of stepped forward and was like, hey, why don't I come along with that? You know, I would like to meet him.
Yep. And so we'll say that you do. This is for all of you, with the exception of Tovar, the first time that you have been on Arrakis or in Arrakeen. The spaceport is a heavily controlled area, so it's quite orderly. It is hot. It is dusty. I think the thing that strikes all of you beyond just the environment is the nature of the people. So there are surprisingly few officials and guards. There are still plenty. There are more than one would anticipate on a similar planet. So it's obviously highly secure. But in terms of proportion of the population, they are few. There are many, many more workers. The quality of these workers in terms of their clothing, their apparent physical health is shockingly low. They are largely unwashed. They look hungry. They look thirsty. And you don't have to be a Bene Gesserit or a Mentat to pick up that this is indentured servitude at best. That these people are working, they are working with zero regard for their own safety. They are working, well, you get the picture. Although this is a clean, well-controlled, the oppression is apparent. As you exit the spaceport and move into Arrakis proper, the first thing that you see is a crush of hawkers, because this is the only place where visitors come. And visitors are not that many. You are not immediately airlifted to the palace. So you have to actually, this is the opportunity that these hawkers wait for all the time. Whether it be, a guardsman for the guild who's going to have a little bit of a fun night out on the town in this particular place, or the rare, actual merchant or visitor who, mixes with the people. As soon as you cross the security gate, you are thronged by people offering you spiced tea, offering you spiced cakes, offering you clothing and capes and headscarves and locally carved jewelry. And some of it is, to casual inspection, actually quite nice. A little tatty, but it's all for irony's sake. I've got rare Alaka wood furnishings for you fine people, and it's clearly not Alaka wood. It's wood that's been dyed red. But this is a little kind of tourist trap style, right? So people aren't trying to sell you their children or anything like that. This is a somewhat prosperous area, but it's definitely another very odd experience to be thronged like that. Not that you get the sense that anyone understands who you are, but just your faces that are coming from the spaceport. You must have money.
Well, because we said that we brought some water tokens or whatever the equivalent, or we prepared some cash on hand. I think buying 4 local shawls or cloaks or whatever, just to blend in a little bit more, would be very helpful.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I look for ones that aren't too ready.
Yeah.
And I pick up 4 of them.
They may be a little bit more substantial, a little bit more like what a real person would wear, as opposed to some thin, flimsy thing that looks really nice, but the first time the wind blows, it's going to blow to pieces.
Yeah, but I want us to look to a passing eye like locals, or at least not out of place, because currently we look out of place.
Yes.
Orban is going to buy some of the food, from some of the people who came up to him and were offering, snacks and drinks and stuff. He is not going to haggle, and he is going to know that he's overpaying.
Yes. Which is what these people are counting on. And not even being super familiar with the local economy, that the prices are extraordinarily elevated. So it seems that the decision of the party, or at least several members of the party, is to be slightly profligate in your spending. Okay.
Ever so slightly, I think.
Yeah.
I was going to look at the earrings.
Okay.
Out of town.
Yeah, I just want to look at the jewelry. What do they have?
They have it's polished stone. And of course there's we've got oh, here's a whale fur shawl for you. It's not whale fur. Oh, this is a rare pearl from some world or whatever. It's not. But there are some lovely, like maybe obsidian, like maybe with like inclusions or something. Because the surface isn't purely glassy. It's got maybe a little bit more of a crystalline or opaline sort of matrix to it.
Yeah.
They're understated, but they're black, which is kind of your color.
It sure is. How much are they?
It doesn't matter. The asking price is higher than it ought to be.
Okay. I don't want to be super suspicious, so I am going to heckle a little bit because I think it would be weird for somebody to buy jewelry full price.
Yes. Now, you obviously, you know enough through research and even just hearing these people, the linguistic cues. So you can even approximate speaking, basically saying, oh, that's, don't try to mess with me. I know more than you think, like a real skilled, like haggler would. Just saying that's an option that's available to you.
I think I would like to do that.
Okay. So you say it's not Chekhov's because that's a separate, I forget what the language is, but yeah, you say some sort of phrase like, I'm not drinking, I'm not drinking your piss water. Some sort of local, a best guess at a local aphorism that would be applicable in the situation. And the person sort of chuckles and then quotes you, still an elevated price, but more in the fair range.
I take it.
Cool. I mean, that's maybe a 5-minute scene of bartering back and forth over these earrings, but now you have some lovely earrings.
I put them in immediately.
Cool. You just stab them into your unpierced ears, or no, you just make a hole appear in your ear. You just concentrate for a moment, and the tissue separates because of your extraordinary body control. Rennick, how about you?
I'm gonna buy like 4 sets of local garb.
How do you feel? And how do you react to the environment, I think is what I'm asking.
Oh, I'm annoyed by the amount of people, but I don't show it. I'm taken aback by the hostile environment. I knew it was a desert. Like, I think everyone knows it's a desert. I didn't expect it to be this bad. Or this slum-like. It's supposed to be like the jewel of the empire, like the heart of the universe, and people here live like rats, and not super happy about that.
Well, you can see the palace.
Yeah,
it looks quite nice,
mm-hmm.
but there is nothing green. I mean, I think that it's probably too far. Maybe because you're very acute, you can see just a little bit of a plaza, and you can see a few palm trees rising up over a very high buttressed wall. Probably intentionally visible to the rest of the city, but even that, to someone who is used to green, used to a lot of green, in fact, seems maybe like almost it would be better if there was no green than to have these just tiny little specks of it far, far away behind a bunch of different walls and guards. Somehow makes the austerity even more obvious and painful.
Yeah, Ginaz was like a tropical planet.
Mm-hmm.
So going from a tropical planet to like a temperate planet was bad enough, but now this is just it's the wrong kind of heat.
Yes. I will say,
poor Rennick has gills.
Right. I will also say, Rennick, that your instincts are that you are being watched because you're being watched.
Yeah. But more than just by the throng.
Well, who knows? But
Would it be possible for me to know, as in rolling something to figure out?
I was actually setting up. I think we'll do the yes. I think it makes sense. I think instead of I think the delivery piece is going to be relatively easy. I think the test that makes sense for you to contribute to the success of this is can you identify any threats and be successful in avoiding them to enable you to make contact with and bribe the gentleman to hide your ornithopter.
So would tactics apply? Like battle tactics, like tactically maneuvering, like figuring out the best way to get through, or is this more like move?
I think what you're effectively trying to do is move subtly.
Okay.
And I think Swift will apply. What drive are you using?
I must shield those in my care.
Absolutely.
We have a destination. I don't want these people to get hurt.
Yep.
Also, would my nimble talent come into play? Reduce the difficulty of move tests related to obstacles and difficult terrain by 2.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say that. I mean, it's going to be a difficulty 2 test. I will say that abstractly, that difficulty comes from really 2 sources. One is lots of people, lots of eyes, lots of hiding places, which is very much kind of a difficult terrain kind of thing. I think the other difficulty is more about the more surreptitious, the more skilled,
the stealth aspect of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll say that that will reduce it to a difficulty 1.
Okay.
And this is kind of your jam, and you do have tons of momentum.
So I'm going to spend a momentum. If that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
Bring it up to 3 dice.
Excellent. I am going to spend threat to increase the complication range to 18, 19, 20.
Okay. So I'm looking for less 13 or lower.
13 or lower. I will say your Swift applies.
Okay. So I crit on a 6 and below.
Yep. Swift doesn't have to apply. I'm saying that it would make sense if you wish to be more successful by just moving swiftly and silently. Oh,
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yes, I love that. I love that look.
I rolled a 3, which is a crit.
Yeah.
And then I rolled a 19,
which is
which is a complication.
Yeah.
And a 19, which is a complication.
Oh.
Owie.
Fan-frigging-tastic. Yeah. Oh my. Okay, so I know what one of the complications is going to be.
But it was a success, right?
It was a success. It was a success, and you gained a momentum because you got 2 successes against difficulty 1. So you basically just got that momentum you sent back.
Sorry.
I know what one of the complications is. I will turn the other complication into just paying myself back that threat I spent.
Okay.
So. Cool. It's just more.
There's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people, and it's a war, and this is not a well-planned city, and it's just the matter of not yet having your city legs or really being able to, and the culture is very different. So I mean, I think you learned that, like, maybe, well, you tell me. Sorry.
I think that I've like looked at maps of Arrakis just to get general idea of the layout and whatever, but I wasn't really prepared for just how packed together everything is, and the throngs of people weren't helping. So while I got us there, I might have been sloppy about it. Might have cut a few corners, because I wasn't expecting like the architecture to be this way.
Well, and maybe that annoyance,
Yeah.
like, got the better of you, and so you wound up being a bit more swift and a bit less circumspect, which maybe, attracted a bit more attention, because strangers walking very quickly with purpose through town with a scowl on their face is maybe a little bit more obtrusive than you intended. But I mean, no one stops you, and to the best of your ability to determine, you don't, like, there aren't any guards or obvious ruffians following you.
Okay.
So you make it to the salvage yard, and Nid meets you at the gate and lets you in, and you get a chance to talk to the owner. Who is the owner, Tavar? Or I can just randomly generate. I can go on Fantasy Name Generator and generate a name.
Veneer.
Veneer?
Veneer's the owner.
Okay.
Veneer and daughter.
Okay. So you're at Veneer and Daughter's salvage yard. And Nid will take you to meet Veneer. And everyone kind of pushes Orban to the front.
Yeah. So, do I get just first impressions looking at the man and woman in front of me? Do I get a feeling for what the power dynamic is between the two of them? Like, which one of them is the face of the company, really? Like, who's the one making decisions?
Oh, Veneer.
Okay.
All day long.
So is it a V or a D?
I mean, you came up with it, Tavar.
It's an F.
Okay.
Oh, Fenny. Okay.
Yeah.
Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay. So, Orban tries to. Well, let's put it that way.
I mean,
Orban tries to strike a
Yep, go ahead.
gregarious tone and like come up to Veneer, and just kind of like sticks out his hand and is like, glad to meet you. Welcome to meet. Welcome. Glad to meet you. My name is Orban. I'm here with my wonderful companions, and we're here in your wonderful city. And we were wondering if we could come to an arrangement with you all. And he lists out kind of the specifics about, explains the situation. Like, we have this ornithopter that is, a sample prototype, and we're bringing it in, and we're a little bit worried about, some of the electronics. We want to make it as best as we can for our sales pitch. We were wondering, hey, can we have you all look at it, make sure, is it really up to snuff for the area? And also, do you know any are there any pilots that or that you have on staff that could maybe, take a look at the control setup and see, are all the controls laid out as people would expect them to be? Like, not like, can you fly it, but like, is the pedals in the right spot?
So you're looking for storage, a mechanic, a pilot, for me to not scrap this thing and sell it, and I assume for me to not to tell people about our little deal. So you're asking for 4 things, 4 favors, right?
We could probably ask around and take care of some of those on our own. Really, what we could always, really what we need from you is just, someplace to put it and someone to look at it. The mechanic who's specialized in the electronics. That's really the most important part.
Yeah,
everything else
that's what Nid told me.
Yeah,
So you're asking for my space, my mechanic, and my discretion. So it's only 3 things.
Only 3 things, but I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. How well known is it? Let me see. So it's known that our house is here to do Alaka wood. So our house trades in Alaka wood. Presumably,
Yes.
anyone paying attention would know that we deal in it. So I'm gonna spend 2 of our momentum and create a temporary asset that is a very finely laid inlaid box of like wrought Alaka wood. Basically like something that is a personal item chest, like a small personal item chest that is like really like it's made of Alaka wood. It's not like it's still quality 0, so it's it's not like extravagant. It's not like a princely gift or something, but it's something that is like true Alaka wood. It is not poorly made, and I'm gonna say that I'm gonna have it in a duffel bag over my shoulder. I'm saying, well, I understand that what I'm imposing on you all, that we're new in town, we're making a difficult request of you. As part of our arrangement, I was wondering, and he pulls out the Alaka wood chest out of his bag, and he turns it around, and Orabon had previously put his spice bribe inside of the Alaka wood box, and he passes it over to Fenrir and his daughter, and says that I was thinking, as a gift of our as a gift of our new friendship, could you not say anything about us being here? And I was wondering, here, have this. This is a gift from our homeland, from our home planet. We deal in fine Alaka wood, and let me tell you, I was there when these trees were planted that made this wood. These trees were baby. Believe me, this is primo Alaka wood, and it's been master craftsman, just all the works. Please have it.
He'll take a look at it, kind of like what I need a box for, and look to his daughter, and she'll kind of give him a nod, and he'll open it up. And how does he react? Let's see. Does he find it? Well, I mean, we're gonna have to have a roll here. To determine if he finds it satisfactory, not enough, or suspiciously too much.
Twy redeemed a major bane during Oberon's...
Yeah, but that's a bane on Moro.
Okay.
like literally was like, this is for Moro's singing. I think I'm going to hold on to that.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay,
to see if Moro gets shot in the sand of Tatooine.
I mean, I can take care of that if you need me to. He's in the next room.
Right. I'm not going to punish this cast for another different cast member's shenanigans. But Twee, I will 100% carry that over and apply it tomorrow at the earliest opportunity.
Oh, small point. Is it 2 momentum or 1 momentum to create a temporary asset for a scene? 2? Okay, good. So I think we're at net 1 now.
We're at 1.
Redeemed a major boon.
Paying it forward. I like it.
So now I have to roll to see how well I landed my bribery attempt.
Yep.
I'm gonna say that is a communicate, persuasion, and truth roll.
Yep. I completely agree.
And do the boons and the boons, does that add, or how does that factor in? Is it just 2d20?
It's 2d20. You can
Okay.
spend the remaining momentum for a third die, if you would like. Difficulty starts at 2. We could turn the major boon into a trait. That could make it easier. Because we have a couple of major boons still. So you could use a major boon to create a trait on the scene. Because this scene is blank, negotiating is going to be easier.
Yeah.
The daughter knows what Alaka wood is.
Yeah, because the daughter, the daughter has traveled and is educated and recognizes the value and thinks it's beautiful.
Yeah, let's do that then.
Okay.
Let's use one of those boons and apply a trait of the daughter recognizes the value of the box and not just the bribe.
Yes, because he's just like, what?
Pretty
wood
box,
box, whatever. Oh, another one of those, fake red dyed wood boxes that you probably picked up at the souk. Yeah, but she's like, no, it's real. Cool. I will use Crow's Minor Bane to have the threat, the complication range be a 19 to 20.
Okay. I'm gonna hold on to that momentum.
Okay. It will go away at the end of the scene.
Oh, am I the last roll?
Who knows? But this is the fourth and the final of the basically skill challenge to
I thought there
achieve
was somebody after me.
Yep.
Then I will
we
use it.
switched around and had Rennet go first because it made sense.
Yeah, I will use it. So
Okay.
I'm gonna use our last momentum to get up to 3d20.
Yep.
And let me see. So that was communicate and truth, and my communicate is persuasion. So I think that makes it, the crit range is 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Okay. 8.
Boom.
And
It's like you're doing what we brought you to do.
yeah.
So your target is 14. You crit on an 8 or below, and you get a complication on a 19 or 20.
Yeah. Okay. Come on, dice. Okay. That is a 3, a 6, and a 14.
Okay. Well, that'll get you 5 successes.
Yeah.
Against a difficulty 1. So that is 4 momentum. So as soon as you hand over the box with your spice bribe. Oh, actually, you know what? It should have been a difficulty. No, it makes it possible, right? Because you have the asset of spice bribe, it makes it possible for you to bribe him. It doesn't decrease the difficulty. Got it.
Yeah.
You wonder at first that you maybe overdid it a bit, and it occurs to you, especially when you read on the daughter's face that she recognizes the Alaka wood and probably knows more about it, that you have revealed your affiliation to these random strangers. But it actually turns out to be for the best. He is satisfied, and what happens narratively?
he looks at it, and probably the daughter, like he's looking at it. He turns the box around a little bit, and he looks inside, and he seems satisfied with the spice, like a little bit like, and like surprised, but like satisfied with the spice vibe. And he's looking around at the box, but doesn't seem very impressed. He's probably still trying to give us like his body posture, his attitude. He looks like he's still going to try and give us a hard time, and he's like about to speak up, and his daughter probably like just kind of gently touches him on the back of the elbow, and like he looks back and is like, and like the look that she gives him is like, you know, she nods to it, and he's like, and he trusts her, and so he turns back around, and gruffly, you know, motions towards one of the like in the back, not like completely out of way, but one of the, like, he knows the sight lines, he knows the you know, what spots are visible from the surrounding buildings, from the street, which places are easy to overlook, and he knows like, okay, you know, this is kind of a really awesome bribe, so let's, you know, be a little bit nice about this. So he gives us not the best spot, not the most secret spots, because he's probably got those reserved for other spots, but, you know, an out of the way place to park our ornithopter. And he flags down one of the mechanics and is like, you know, go with these people and figure out what they need. You know, like, it's all very like gruff and, you know, like workman, like it happens quickly, and we barely even like recognize that it's happening. Like, I would imagine Rennick and Tovar probably like pick up on, like, you know, the speed of things are going, but it just happens quickly and gets done with.
Yeah, like maybe you get the sense that he wants you guys out of there. Because you might have a little bit more heat on you than he's anticipated, but he's made his decision. And I think while that's happening, the daughter probably has a conversation with you guys about the box, and, you know, and we'll probably say this isn't the finest craftsmanship, and you certainly weren't alive when these trees were saplings, because mature Alaka wood takes hundreds of years, but we don't often see the real thing. And she'll probably probe you guys sensitively, not asking you anything, you know, too personal or specific, but just very generally kind of, so you've been to a cause, and you've actually seen them. Oh, I've heard of, you know, I've been off world once before. And it's like, I've seen tree. Well, yeah. She's like, she knows that she's from a backwood, but she's like, I've seen trees, but I've never seen like actual Alaka trees. Are they as tall as people say? It's one of those kind of conversations where she looks maybe 5 years or 10 years younger, because all the ideas of the rest of the galaxy where water falls from the sky, she's caught up in that moment of kind of wistfulness, and will actually thank you for, you know, bringing this. And, you know, she's sure her dad will let her have it. So, excellent. So you have accomplished the necessarily but overly complicated task necessitated by you deciding to bring your own ornithopter. But you have an asset. It is stashed. We will say that unless circumstances become problematic, you shouldn't have any difficulty accessing it.
I would total writer's room table talk here, but I definitely think Araban should make use of one of his talents for his persuasion and the lovely gift that went over so well.
Oh, let me see. Oh, Binding Promise, yeah.
Ooh.
That's a really good point.
You have a lot of momentum. Yeah.
I'm going to spend...
He's got a lot of threat just to throw around.
2 momentum.
Okay.
Because that would be 4 threat to overcome that. Because we have 4 now, if my math is right.
Yep.
End this.
Yeah.
Sorry?
This is so you could either use well, 2 for a temporary asset isn't going to do us any good. Or you could do 1 for the promise and 3 for a permanent asset, or dump it all into the promise.
Well,
It's
we don't lose all momentum.
Just one.
The
Oh, yeah.
momentum
Yeah,
gets
just one.
subtracted by
Just,
1.
just one.
Okay.
Just one.
Yeah.
So it
So if I
might
use
be good to
2
have a little
Got it.
bit extra.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was mistaken.
I
So
could
we-
use 2. That would be 4 threat if this was something that Michael was interested in subverting.
Yep.
So that would leave us 2 momentum. We would lose 1, go into the next scene with 1 momentum.
Yep.
Not nothing, not a lot.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
works for me.
Yep. So for those for those in chat, there is a talent that Orban has called Binding Promise, which means that when he succeeds on a communicate test, it has to leverage the communicate skill. When he succeeds, specifically to persuade someone to agree to a promise or agreement, he can spend between 1 and 3 momentum, and in order for the other party to break that agreement, I have to spend twice the amount of threat that Orban spent in momentum. So that's why he was saying he's going to spend 2 out of the 1 to 3, which means that if I want to have, like if I want to have him tell somebody that you're there, or give someone else access to your ornithopter, or in any way go outside the bounds of the agreement, I have to spend threat to do it. Doesn't mean it's not possible, but it does. If I want to make that happen, it eats into my resource of threat. Cool.
And thank you for remembering that I had that talent, because
Yes.
it had slipped my mind.
That's why I put all the character information in one place so we can all see it. Awesome. Cool. So you have succeeded. What is your next step? Other than loading all the... what are you doing with the Semuta?
Should we go have the confrontation with the guy? Or should
You've
we?
two options. We either go apply our leverage or go try and enhance our leverage at risk of, instead of really using our leverage, but inciting the contact by he finding out that we went around him.
Or at least had the discussion.
Right.
Yeah. I think you have... There are 3 obvious next tasks or activities: checking out the safe house, going to the oasis, or making contact with Guruk. And going to the oasis and making contact with Guruk are kind of like it's a binary. I mean, you're gonna have to wind up talking to Guruk. It's just a question of whether you want to check in at the oasis and get the sense of things and potentially start to make inroads there as additional leverage against Guruk.
I think we could check out the safe house first. But we're still gonna have to have that discussion about.
Yeah, Tovar's leaning towards going to Guruk first. Over checking out the oasis. But it's totally fine if we want to go hit the safe house first.
I don't care either way.
Yeah. I think that Orban would be more inclined to make sure that the human assets that we have access to are... We're not doing anything to piss them off, slight them, or anything. And so I feel like Orban would advocate for going to see Guruk before checking out Oasis.
Okay. It does.
Sure.
It does mean. I mean, it does mean giving up a little bit of potential leverage. Just as a reminder.
Right.
But
But there's a counterbalance of the risk.
yes. Okay. All right. So you will head to where? You tell me.
We're gonna head to Guruk. He's a simple tailor, right?
Oh. Sure. Why not? He is not, but his cousin or something is. Because, smugglers don't open up storefronts. But you know that there's ostensibly a family member of his, which is someone that you can go to if you need to make contact. So what happens?
Tovar will lead the way, having known the city and known how to make contact. And I certainly am willing to do the role for a subtle step to kind of move, not with a lot of attention.
Oh, okay. Don't have to, but you certainly can. So you want to move subtly.
I'm not going to go, he's not going to go like out of the way to make sure we're not seen by anybody, but it's more like we don't want to be the group marching that came from the spaceport that went to.
We do have local garb, which makes this task easier.
So it's more like not try to not be seen by anybody, but just try and not seem
right.
Like who?
It's literally you are moving yourselves / assets, and you are wanting to do that subtly.
So yeah, that's exactly the role.
So I'm gonna say it's less about the clothes, because that can be. I mean, anyone can buy clothes.
Okay.
And they were the closest to what a working class person might wear, but they were also bought at the bazaar right by the spaceport. So I'm going to say we're
not going to stand out.
Well, because it's not actually an asset that you created, and it's not needed because you landed in appropriate clothes anyway. That just helps for flavor. So go ahead and make your move subtly difficulty 2. And because it says it's move subtly, it doesn't necessarily have to use the move skill. This could be discipline or understand as well.
Yeah, I think the understand with the smuggling focus would work better for Tovar, just because he's done this through this very city in these very alleys. And I think the drive would be truth. Because he he has some history here that I'm sure there's a couple people he's avoiding and doesn't want to be walking outright.
Oh, interesting. Now the question is, does that challenge your statement? Because this is like explicitly not wanting the truth to be found out. Or you could do it on like faith or something. But I think this is a perfect example of, because you can, within reason, choose the drives and skills that make the most sense to you. But I wonder, because your truth statement is the truth will be found out in the end, and because you're explicitly trying for the truth not to be found out.
Fair. I think then they would fall back to justice, because that's what you can get away with.
Yeah. It's also okay to challenge the truth.
Yeah.
Challenge the statement.
Your point is fair. It'll be found out in the end, which hopefully right now is not the end. So we're on justice and understand, which are both 6s. So 12 or less is a success. And you said it's a difficulty 2,
and you have 1 momentum.
I will be using that momentum.
Beautiful.
And this is not a conflict, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, never mind. I was going to say, if you look at you could just make this a move test, and then your subtle step would apply. I mean, all it does is maintain 1 momentum, and the roll stays the same.
Yeah. Well, the roll was not great. There is one success with a 12, a 15, and a 20. So.
Okay. Complication.
So Tovar has been away for a little while, and he picked, some reliable passageways that he thought were reliable, and they turned out not to be. And he ran into somebody who knows him.
Yes. And this is someone who... you know to be ingratiating. Someone who fancies themselves a mover and shaker, but who isn't. And who tends to almost pathologically gravitate towards those who actually have business to do. So think of it as an annoying hanger-on. So tell me how that goes, because it's going to make a bit of a scene.
What's the... Nuber is such a character, and I'm going to pull Baldur's Gate 1. So we run into Nuber, who comes along and recognizes Tovar and wants to just pass the breeze, if you will. Talk about old times, do everything, see how he's doing. He's got friends. Usually he's the loner. He just is very chatty, very open, very drawing much attention because it's a local talking to some fairly obviously not locals. And that there's no easy way to get away, because the path was a somewhat out of the way path, but it's also one with not many options to just bolt and run. Yep. So attention has been drawn. It's not malicious attention yet, but there are, the people in the neighborhood, be it local or normals, commoners, and potentially some Harkonnen guardsmen on duty, off duty. Not quite sure. I'll let you make that determination.
Yeah.
But, we've at least been marked.
Would people miss this guy? Asking for a friend.
I mean, Tovar certainly wouldn't.
No, but it would be noticed.
It's Arrakis. Would anybody be missed here?
Yeah.
It's kind of the question.
But not many. Not in this neighborhood.
Yeah. But too many eyes here.
Yeah, we'll say that yes. You get some very interested stares from a number of folks. Not any Harkonnens, not anyone in guard uniforms. But who knows where people work and what their allegiance might be. So it certainly feels rather exposed. And I would say, knowing this man as well as you do, which isn't well, but you've observed him, he wants to, oh, you're going over to the tailor shop. Let me go with you. It's probably easier to just acquiesce and let him walk with you to get away and hopefully take his volume down a couple of notches and just let him get it out of his system than it is to try to escalate by trying to extricate yourself here in the middle of the little small intersection where you find yourself standing. So yes, he tells you all sorts of things about the spice harvest and the weather, which is always the same, and his auntie who has some sort of disease and whatever, and what are you doing in town, and we should go check out this thing. And this is not someone that you hang out with, but who's very much, because you are with other people, very much trying to glom onto you and be like, yeah, we're buds, we're like this. Hey, I haven't met you guys. What are you guys up to?
Want to duck into an alley or a hidden place real quick so we can lose this guy?
Tovar will give some very, very general introductions with not full names, not full titles, just kind of a satisfy some curiosity, but treating Nuber how everyone treats Nuber of, I'm going to give you some information just so you shut up, but you don't know anything.
Yeah, yeah. He, of course, then pretends, oh, I get it. Yeah, this is, oh, okay. Don't worry. I'm, not saying a word. We never met. Anyway, so like I was saying, just the worst. So yes, but he's not without sense. And so he doesn't try to come into the tailor shop with you.
Right. So, yeah, we've just, and once we get to the tailor shop, I can give the rundown that basically we've been tagged, or at least noticed, coming in here.
Yeah, or at least potentially. The move here was not subtle, and it was not only not subtle, it was the opposite of subtle.
Right. If anybody was paying attention to who we are and what we're doing, they know we're here.
Yeah.
In this particular spot. They might not know
what
why.
What difficulty was the roll?
It was a 2.
2. Okay, so it was just straight up failure.
I failed with a complication.
Yeah.
So yeah. And while the looks that you got, maybe a quarter mile away when you met him, were of curiosity and wariness and interest, as you get closer to the tailor shop, it's mostly people who recognize him and just go, oh God. and they mark that you're with it. Maybe these are a few people that, like, maybe you see one person that you do recognize who looks at you like, I'm sorry. But most of the other reactions are less to him being loud because he's calmed down a bit, but more like, oh, it's this guy again. And you are now associated in the minds of those random people with this obnoxious hanger-on. I think that's a fitting complication. But yes, you make your way into the tailor shop and speak to the proprietor. I assume there's some sort of code, or
there's a way to
I'm looking for
the pot over or something.
I'm looking for a cloak with extra deep pockets, or some code word that is sufficient. And you'll actually there's a little courtyard with a bunch of weavers. Actually, like, making effectively homespun out of spice fiber. So and this is highly processed. All the geriatric and psychoactive effects are absent, but there is very much that smell. It's been treated; it has a bitterness to it. And of the 4 weavers, the 3 oldest have blue upon blue eyes. That's not, I mean, you've seen some people, because the spice, infiltrates everything here on Arrakis. But this is certainly the largest congregation that you've seen of people who have that degree of spice saturation that it changes the coloration of the eyes. And they are not remotely curious about anything that you say or do. Maybe the younger one glances up at you, but the rest of them are just throwing the shuttle back and forth. And you are served tea. A little bit of spice in it, of course, as you wait. Is there... I am going to... for chat, I think Chev already noted it, but Hell's internet dropped. So we're waiting for Hell to come back. There's probably something that's going to happen while you wait, but I will delay that until Hell returns because it is specific to Hell. Yes, your friend Gurik himself will arrive after maybe 30, 45 minutes. And you're seated in the shade. It's the time of day now. We'll say you arrived in the morning-ish. It's getting on toward midday. The even the older weaver women are going to kind of pull their looms over into the shade and take their tea break, because it's the type of day where basically everyone just sort of takes a siesta in the shade. And being inside doesn't really help. And what little it's sometimes even better to be outside because you get a little bit better airflow. No one here has air conditioning. But yeah, so you're as comfortable as you can be in this oppressive heat. There's hell. Where you're as comfortable as you can be in this oppressive heat. And Gurik looks none too pleased, and to have had to make the trek in the hottest period of the day. But so you hear him, "Oh, well, where is he?" You hear his gruff voice calling from and then they're out back. And Gurik arrives. Hell, what you missed was the transit here was not remotely subtle. It was, in fact, the opposite of the subtle due to a failed test plus a complication. So you made a brand new friend who escorted you very loudly and curiously the entire way here, drawing all kinds of unwanted attention.
I suggested we murder him.
Yes.
They said no.
I said it's not worth it.
Mute.
You're muted.
Oh, no.
No, you're not muted.
Well, we have picture, but not... Oh, because you're in the lobby. I will
That's
drag
it.
you in so we can
Let's all
hear
go
your
to the
voice.
lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
There you go.
Hello.
I had to drop out of the Discord call because of that.
Oh, no worries. No worries. You didn't miss anything other than embarrassment for Tovar and discomfort for everyone. But you were now sitting in the shade in a little courtyard behind a tailor shop. And you have been watching 4 women weave homespun out of spice fiber, and 3 of them very, very old, weathered. People age very quickly here due to the sun and the dry air. They seem quite old, and they all 3 of the older women have the blue within blue eyes, which you probably noticed a few people as you were traveling here, but I mean, they're here in the city, so they're probably not actually Fremen, but it's unusual and notable. Yes, since you're here, we're going to split the scene between the conversation with Gurik and the old ladies who are going to, the old ladies and the young one, who are going to ask Lucia to help them fetch water.
Sure.
As
I'll help.
as is a woman's role. I mean, and you know enough about the culture that it would be seemly for you to assist. Maybe even, you see them saying they pour out their tea and it's time to go fetch water. And you know that it would be another part of that kind of signaling that you're more savvy and more understanding of local custom.
It's downright neighborly.
Yes. So you offer to assist them, and the younger weaver will say, "Oh no, lady, that's not." She doesn't recognize that you're noble or anything like that, but you're a stranger. So, "Oh no, lady, it's fine. You're a guest." And the old lady will go, "Yes, yes, come help us. Another pair of strong arms would be helpful." Wow. And then you turn into a ghost. I'll fix it. There we go. Okay, much better. So no. So we'll do that one first.
Okay.
So they lead you sticking to the shady side of the road And many of these buildings have awnings or a bit of a cantilevered roof to I mean, no one really wants to travel in the heat of the day, but it's possible to stay in the shade. These women seem largely unaffected by the heat, and you are able to regulate your metabolism such that if you don't want to sweat, you don't sweat. So you follow them for a few blocks to a plaza that has a bit of a almost a tent. It's not fully sealed, but there is a water cellar there. Older woman, also eyes blue within blue. And she is praying. And saying benedictions. There are only a few people lining up to get, a liter or two here and there. And she very efficiently counts the coin or counts the counters very efficiently with actually surprising dexterity and grace given her kind of wizened, short stature. Just like without spilling a drop, and very practiced. You can tell she's providing exactly, no more, no less, what people are paying for. But in between, she's muttering under her breath. And as each individual comes and buys from her, there's an exchange of respect and a few words that you recognize as prayerful and religious.
Interesting. What are they saying?
Something to the effect of, this is the water of our life, and don't let a drop spill. And I should have reread the books for all the various different sayings.
Yeah, sure. So it's things to that effect.
Yep.
Okay.
But it is a commercial exchange, but it is also a benediction. Is I think the general point. And the reverence with which the common folk treat this woman is extraordinary or unusual. Certainly not just the fact that she's a water seller.
Is there anything about her that makes me think that she might be trained, at least partially, as a Sayadina?
Well, she has the blue within blue eyes.
Other older women have those too,
Yes.
though.
And she does have a very practiced grace about her. But as you, well, actually, why don't we see what you can figure out about this woman?
Okay. Alrighty then. I would say that that's probably truth.
Mm-hmm.
I seek to uncover the many secrets of the universe. And I think that there's you could make a case for discipline here, or maybe communicate.
I think discipline makes more sense. Discipline or understand probably makes more sense than communicate, unless you wish to unless you want to find out about her by actively engaging her in conversation.
Yeah, no, I think truth understand then.
Okay. I'm going to say difficulty 2.
Do we have any momentum still? Did we lose all of it in the ensuing kerfluffle?
No momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, I used the one that we had and gained 0.
Okay. I would like to give him 1 threat then, so that I have a chance, because I don't have any way to extend the crit range here.
Ah,
So then,
I mean, unless what if you were asking, is she Bene Gesserit? That would be difficulty 0. Because you are Bene Gesserit, you can recognize a Bene Gesserit. But I think you're asking more like, what's she about? Like,
Yeah.
what up with that? In which case, in which case, I think it's a difficulty 2.
yeah, more or less, what up with that?
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah.
I don't suspect her of being a Bene Gesserit.
Yeah.
I think I would be able to spot one.
Yeah. And you might, I mean, if it was a true Sayadina who had undergone the spice agony, I would say that you would know. If she was an actual Sayadina, you would probably be able to recognize that just with a moment's of observation. And
Right.
she's not.
Right. I think she might have had some training at some point.
Yeah.
Is my suspicion.
Or something,
But I don't. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so that would have been
Jesus.
Truth Understand, which is 13.
Mm-hmm.
And I rolled a 2,
Lovely.
an 8, and a 16.
So you succeeded, though.
I did.
But you don't have any momentum to use for other things. But that's fine. There's nothing about her that suggests that she has been trained in any of the ways that you're familiar with.
Okay.
Her efficiency is just practice and determination. Her efficiency of movement. You do pick up in as you come closer and wait your turn. You do pick up, however, some linguistic cues. Some almost anachronisms of speech.
Yeah.
And some of the ways in which the benediction is spoken, that they're subtle clues of the operation of the mission area.
Okay.
Like it's not quite as overt as one day the mighty will come and the water will fall from the heavens in rain, and Arrakis will be transformed and stuff like that. But there's just enough, like it's connecting 5 or 6 dots, but you're perfectly capable of doing so as a Bene Gesserit. This is someone who has been exposed to and or is an adherent to religious teachings that bear subtle marks of the missionary at work.
Mm-hmm.
I would say enough that you could certainly, she has a trait, we'll say, as an NPC, that she's been exposed to the mission area, which might make it possible for you to leverage that.
Oh, I love leveraging things. Can I, when it is our turn, use my neurolinguistics to try and plant the idea that like she should like redouble her efforts, kind of like her.
I think you could probably make an attempt to address her in a way that gives her the sense that you're a fellow believer.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we exchange money, say like your vigilance will be rewarded, or like something
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
That has multiple meanings.
Casting. I mean, you don't have the other memory because you haven't been through the agony, but you certainly have lots of training. So just listening to the cues, you can pick up. You can think of like an archaic greeting and honorific
Right.
that would be potentially appropriate.
Okay.
Like the keeper of water and also of truth or something, right?
Yeah.
Or water is life today and deliverance in the future. Some, just make it up, but some sort of symbolic language that might not be just right on point, but that would potentially open the conversation.
Yeah. I think that's what I want to do. I want to make it clear that I'm coming at this from her viewpoint.
Yes.
And I also want to plant enough hope that she keeps going strong. And maybe she even like convinces a few friends that they need to be strong too.
Sure.
Or something.
Why don't you go ahead and give me a roll? It is going to be difficulty 1 because you're not trying to do anything super specific.
Okay. I would like to use communicate because I think neurolinguistics is a natural fit for this.
Yeah. And you're literally talking to her.
Yeah. Well, and I'm also trying to plant like a further idea.
Yeah.
I don't know which drive to use. This is always my struggle. I don't understand drives very well, I think.
I think it's power.
Okay.
Because that's consistent with, in some ways, consistent with the feeling that you're trying to create with her.
Yeah.
Because your drive statement is strength is nothing without grace. Mm-hmm. So this notion of you're trying to approach this, you're trying to exercise power over her, but in a way that's very graceful. But you're also trying to kind of grant her strength but yet admire the grace with which she exercises it. So I think it makes perfect sense.
Okay. So then that's a 14 that I'm trying to beat, and I have a crit range of 6 because of the neurolinguistics.
Yep.
So I'm just going to go ahead and roll my regular 2d20 and hope for the best.
We also have, tell me, Rith, I think we still have major boons.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there was at least a minor boon.
I think we only used one of the 2 major boons.
There was, Moral redeemed a major boon, and then
I think we had one left over from before.
Kuri had a minor bane as well.
Yep.
And Misha just now with a major boon.
And I used Kuro's minor bane before. So we've got at least 2. I think we've actually got 3 major boons. So feel free to use that if you would like to create a tangible or intangible trait.
Mm. Tangible or an intangible trait. I think that I would like, not like full on using the voice. I'm not trying to use the voice, but I want to make like a subtle like resonance.
Mm-hmm.
Just to like give my words like some, like, you would have to be a Bene Gesserit to notice it, but there's a little bit extra on them.
Yes, as technique for your neurolinguistic or neurolinguistics, I would also say or suggest you, without having heard it, you know that the appropriate honorific for this woman is shut out.
Yeah.
Like you scan through and you listen to the language and you think about it and you're like, okay, this is this. So if I begin by greeting her by her appropriate title.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome. All right. Here it goes. Okay. So I have a success and I have no critical failures,
Okay.
but just one success.
Okay. I said the difficulty at 1 though, right?
Yeah, you did.
Difficulty is now 0. So you was the major boon and that additional kind of, we'll call it a temporary asset.
Yeah.
So you do gain 1 momentum.
Yay.
So you turned a relatively easy into a hard to fail. And yes, she is surprised. She kind of like she doesn't necessarily even look at you. The older women that you're with are like visibly kind of taken aback because they know that you're not from there. And they kind of look at you, not like bad, suspiciously, but just like, huh. And maybe she's picking up on their reaction more than, but makes her give you a very deep kind of searching look.
Mm-hmm.
And as she measures out, they pay her, and as she measures out their liters, how did you know that title, child?
Does anyone actually know what Shadout means here?
It's water dipper.
Yeah. Okay.
It's literally just the it's the appropriate word, right? But it's a purely descriptive word, but it's not something that it's something that real natives would know. And it is tied to the ancient Zensuni cultural and religious beliefs. That certainly, you know, there are echoes of in arcane culture, but it is not predominant.
I study languages. It means water dipper, right?
Yes. To some it means more. Are you here to study our language?
I love learning. I would love to learn more.
Well, you might visit me.
I would love that.
Well, I have a sense that you are an open person. Perhaps you are here for more than simple academic reasons, though.
I have to confess that culture has always interested me a great deal. I think that the ancient words and the ancient places have much to teach us.
You don't find many off-worlders with that perspective, especially not here.
I think I was just fortunate to be able to visit.
Yes. Perhaps you were fortunate. I live but a short walk in that direction. Just ask for Mapes. I'm in my home most evenings.
I will surely come see you, Mapes. Thank you so much.
And she will give you a long look. And you can almost see her. You know how the mission area works.
Mm-hmm.
You know the whole, like, as soon as an outworlder shows up knowing something that they shouldn't know about the culture or showing interest and reverence for the culture, the programming kicks in. So, yes. So, you have successfully made a contact with someone who, for those of you who are not familiar, Shadout Mapes is a real person in the fiction who shows up, has a minor but important role later. This is her 2 years before all that happens. Cool. So back in the courtyard. Tovar, you had me walk through the heat. You better have a good reason.
Oh, Gurek, I've got a good reason. Unfortunately, it's a bad reason.
Yeah, all your trees got blown up, I heard.
Yeah, that's the big reason.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, that's part of the reason we're here, because we're going to need your help, or we're going to need you to get out of the way.
He is not wearing a pistol, but he like reflexively puts his hand toward his belt where a pistol would be, like if he was out actually on a run. What is that supposed to mean?
And I put my hand on my belt, just reflexively.
I put my hand towards Rennick and be like, not that kind of out of the way.
Just reflex.
Yeah. Well, he sees that too and then kind of eyes you up. This is not a man who with a lot of military training, but he can recognize someone who is battle hardened quite easily.
You and I have done business for quite a while.
Yeah, you've been a pain in my ass for quite a while.
Well, that's how we can either keep that pain going, or unfortunately with our little wrinkle that you know a lot about, business will still be had. I thought I owed it to you to come here first, but our arrangement cannot continue as was discussed or agreed.
So, you got screwed. You can't live up to your end of the bargain, and you're come here to renegotiate with me?
Welcome to business, baby.
You're supposed to deliver the Semuta, not smoke it.
I gave that up years ago.
You and I both know you were never an addict. No one gives it up. I mean, you're soft-headed and all that kind of stuff, but I think that you kind of came that way from birth.
Always got that charm.
Well, so what's the deal?
So, you can either help us here, and we can get back to business. Because as much as you're a pain in my ass too, I can predict you and you can predict me, and that's why we keep doing what we're doing. Otherwise,
You always did talk too much. Get to the point.
I either cut you out, or I need some help.
So you can deliver.
It's got to be above board.
Oh,
Exactly. So
Wow.
there's no margin for either of us.
how long is that going to last?
Great question. The guild knows the answer. That little incident that burned up those trees put a giant spotlight on our operation.
Yeah, who did you piss off?
Don't ask me, I'm just the guy who moves stuff.
Yeah, politics.
Exactly.
I don't have any time for it. So what you're looking to do is to move some merchandise at a higher margin.
If you can do it. Otherwise, like I said, I gotta cut a cost.
Well, it's going to mean different sources.
I'm willing to work with you. I came to you first.
You should see if you convince him.
All right. That would be... feel like he's got a one-trick pony with understand smuggling, but that is the business we're in. So it's kind of the pony I'm going to ride.
I think it's communicate.
You're going to do communicate? Okay. My focuses there are bartering and listening. if I'm convincing, I'm not listening. Although, if I try and understand his other sources, it could work. But I'm going to leave it up to you to.
Well, or you
Maybe
could attempt to rack your brain to see if you can understand what he means by that, to potentially provide you with another intangible asset of additional understanding that might make the role easier.
Okay.
Because you do have the emotional leverage of him already as an asset, but you could make that. We could make that a role to effectively create a temporary asset of deeper understanding of what that alternative source might be.
I'm there for this, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
I'm trying to think of a way that, because this is very much Tovar's domain. This is not something like that. These kinds of negotiations is not something Orban has a lot of like experience in. But I'm trying to think of is there a way that just like by his presence, Orban could be an assistance to this persuasion attempt? Like, the fact that Orban is there shows that this isn't like it's a more serious deal, a more serious offer. It's not just Tovar showing up out of the blue with this kind of sketchy, not attractive offer, but like, he's there showing that like there is actually, this is a more solid offer than might be necessary.
I think as a representative of House Alaka, you could attempt to persuade him of the value of maintaining the relationship. And if you are successful in doing so, that could certainly make the check that Tovar needs to make easier.
Okay.
And potentially earn momentum.
Okay.
So think of it like a test to create a temporary trait on the scene.
Yeah. Okay.
He's impressed. This is just a suggestion. I reveal that I'm here on behalf directly on behalf of House Elacca, and can convey that in such a way that he is impressed and is more willing to listen and negotiate.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be that.
Well, we got the carrot.
I was thinking that
and the stick. So which one do we want to use?
You're kind of backed yourselves into good cop, bad cop.
I want to. Orban stands up, and I want to say that probably, like, he would have on his person a symbol of office, basically, like like a ornately very difficult to replicate like patch or something is sewn into like the lining of his coat or something that he could show, or like a badge or something that was worn at his hip or something. Something that would be like really good evidence that like he is who he says he is. He's a representative of House Alaka, and he is not like going up and shoving it in Gorik's face, but just kind of like in the background behind Tovar as Tovar's talking to Gorik and they're arguing. He's gonna Orban is gonna like stand up, go across, maybe pour himself like a cup of water from a pitcher, or like pour himself a drink or something like that, or get a trifle. But he's gonna do it in a way that like his cloak swings open or something, and very obviously it's that is shown and visible to Gorik.
Okay. What? So you're attempting to subtly communicate something to him.
Yeah. So that would probably be a. Communicate truth?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And you're doing it purposefully. So I'm going to say, well, it's to create a trait, so it's a difficulty 2.
Okay.
The downside being he just is too focused and doesn't notice is really what failure looks like.
Yeah, and we have no momentum, right?
I believe we have one.
These are all the same scenes.
Yeah.
We're going back and forth, but it's all one scene. So anything that we had previously is still in place. So sounds like we have one.
So, were you planning on using that momentum? Because I don't want to. I'm trying to do this to help you. I don't want to step on.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll use that one momentum to do 3d20.
Got to spend it to make it, and you can always give me threat.
That is a 19, an 8, and a 16.
Cool.
So I believe that's persuasion. Like this would be like a persuasion attempt.
Yeah, I mean it's subtle,
Yeah.
but yeah, I agree. So with that crit, that is a success.
Okay.
And you, Tavar, kind of see his eyes go over there, and he kind of goes, "Huh. So you brought your taskmasters along. Surprised they dirtied themselves by coming to this shithole.
Try to talk him out of it.
Must be important to him."
That's why I came to you first, Garrick.
You weren't really gonna go deal with those people. I know you. But he doesn't seem super confident, especially now knowing that members of the house are involved. Because you said, "Oh, you know what I'm going to do, and I know what you're going to do," and he doesn't know what they're going to do. So that helps to reinforce that maybe he might be cut out, or you might look to a different partner, because it's not just you he's negotiating with, and maybe it's not just your discretion he has to worry about. So yes, cool. This is going to be ordinarily difficulty 3, because you are asking him to believe you that you're somehow going to be able to maintain a profitable relationship when he knows that you have been screwed over. And he doesn't know at this point that you brought a lot of Semuta with you. And even then wouldn't necessarily believe that you have a lot of stuff. But because you understand his emotional leverage points and have already, have laid that out, and that has been reinforced by Orabon kind of giving the subtle signal that there are forces at play that maybe are even beyond your control, that reduces it to difficulty 1.
So this is the persuasion to get him to go along or to work with us.
This is just the seal the deal.
Seal the deal. Okay.
Yeah. Unless you would like to try to figure out you can always, if you seal the deal, you can always ask him and find more out about the other sources.
Other methods.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think the Tavar's main thing is just to reestablish, if you will.
Yep.
And then if we can get other things going, or maybe put the house in a different position in the future, we'll work on that. But
yep. And yeah, exactly. I think you would think that if you can get him to commit to working with you, then he's more likely to share the information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. What's the role?
I feel like this is almost a power, because we've got the leverage. We've got a big sword wielding guy here, and we've got an official house representative. So he's saying, this isn't just your contact who are both pains in each other's asses. This thing is real.
Yep.
This is a big deal. You're going to know your place. So I think maybe a power communicate.
Yep.
Okay. Powers 8.
And the focuses are relatively broad. I mean, I think what you're not trying to persuade him to do something for nothing. You're proposing an exchange and a continued partnership, and so I think bartering applies.
I was going to say, so we're in this negotiation.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
It is a business dealing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, power 8, communicate 6. So my target number is 14. Anything 6 or less is a crit.
Yep.
I got a 4 and a 17, so that is 2 successes.
Cool. So you get a momentum net, and you were successful.
All right. Make up for the last roll.
So what happens?
Garrick's isn't happy about it, but he sees the situation he's in. And he's willing to try and pick his seat in the smaller ship than be scrabbling to catch up to it. So he wants in. He's gonna, try and do whatever he can to keep whatever he can, but he'd rather be in than see the chances, especially with the leverage and the official house member.
Yep.
And the big guy with the sword sitting across from him. So
Yep. Would you like to use your extra momentum to obtain information?
Yes, I would. Tovar wants to know what those other angles are.
Yes.
What that other supplier or other method is.
Well. And then he kind of looks around at Orban and Rennick. And when they don't step away, because he's giving them the signal, they don't step away. He's like, fine. Well, I deal with a lot of folks. Kind of have to. It's kind of part of the job. A lot of undesirables. And he looks you straight in the face. Wildcat operations aren't the only ways to get spice. There are other people who have access. Strange people. You can go your whole life without ever seeing a real one. But I've got some connections. A couple of the guys on my crew used to be associated. They're religious zealots. They live out in the desert. You might have heard of them.
Correct. I did not picture you wanting to go slumming with the Fremen.
Well, I gotta, I like my labor
That's
cheap and dedicated and skilled. And I don't know, something about their religion. Not everyone gets to hang out in their little tent places or whatever. I don't know, they're nomads or something. Never been that curious, but one of my crews picked up a little bit of extra work spotting a little bit deeper in the desert than we often go, passing that information along to various different sources. I'm not going to tell you any names, obviously. There was a partnership of sorts, but something happened. I don't know, an exchange gone wrong or something, but net result is I lost a crew, lost a ship, and the zealots apparently lost some people too. At least that's what they're telling me. At first I thought that they must have had a disagreement with their cousins or outcasts or something, and it all went down wrong. But then I heard through the grapevine that they lost some people too, but the heat didn't come down on us. The Harkonnens didn't show up to take us away to a torture chamber or whatever. So it wasn't them, but something happened. I don't know, maybe it was one of those worms, but those people have ways of avoiding them. That's why it's always good to have a skilled person of the desert with you if you're going to be out on the dunes. They know how to walk funny, and they've got just various different tricks up their sleeves. Something happened. Good news is one of my boys made it. Came back. Didn't really see what happened. He was out in a thopter scouting, and came back and said that the ship was a smoking ruin and there were bodies everywhere. It looked like an ambush of sorts. So maybe a competitor, but again, no one claimed credit. But and then I was like, hold on a second. He will walk back in and he will come back with 3 men. 2 of which are just kind of, like scraggly beard, lined faces, greasy hair. One is a younger man, not tall, but you, especially Rennick, this man carries himself like a very skilled fighter. He has a very easy stance. He's very limber. He doesn't look alarmed at all. He doesn't even, he looks at each of you, but you can tell he's sizing you up very much in the way that you would size up people as a potential threat. He pointedly does not look at your blade. But while he doesn't look at it, he scoffs at it at the same time. There's this sense of he sees it. He sees you. He looks at you. He assesses you and kind of says, meh. Like you and your silly blade. Very, very different kind of fellow. Very heavily cloaked. And I will tell you his name, Canis, with 2 S's. This is Canis. He grew up with the Fremen. He was my contact with them. Things haven't been going real well. And the fact that our operation has been in doubt hasn't helped. So I tell you what, you help me with that situation, and I'll help you with yours. I think if we can demonstrate to them that doing business with my operation is a good choice, we can certainly demonstrate that there are off-world interests engaged, willing to invest, willing to pay attention, willing to potentially negotiate. But I think if we put our heads together, we might be able to find a more direct source of spice. Could be a little bit cheaper, give us both a little bit of margin so that we can weather the situation until the guild loses interest. Things go back to normal. How does that sound?
That's why I came to you first.
All right. Well, it's hot. You staying at the same place?
Is it still safe?
As far as I know. I don't go by and check it out for you every night.
I thought I asked you for the turn down service.
Didn't turn down your sheets, didn't put a mint on your pillow. You spend too much time off world, son.
Yeah, well, once you get off world, it takes a lot to bring you back.
I don't doubt you. But, well, how about I swing by this evening when it's a little bit cooler and we can have a more detailed conversation about how we're going to solve this little situation that we got with the zealots. Canis doesn't respond at all. He's literally just standing. He looks bored. He's like just like looking off into the distance. Very self-assured. All right. Take care of it. See if you can buy yourselves a bath. You smell like sweaty off-worlder. They all smell horrible, but they smell like people who are used to being sweaty and dusty, and like their biochemistry has adapted to it, so they're not super foul. Most of you are pouring. Everyone with the exception of Lucia is pouring sweat.
I smell like roses.
Yes, because you can smell like whatever you want. But you're not there yet. So your mission, the first stage of your mission, successful. You have the assets in place that you intended to have in place. And Lucia has made a contact with someone who is influential and subject to influence with the mission area. So it's been about 6 hours on Arrakis, and you've been quite successful thus far. Lucia, when you rejoin the crowd, probably just enough time, you see a few people, just cloaked figures, clearly men. You can assess them. 2 of them are workers. One of them's older, just from the back. One of them's older. One of them is young and very, very fit and moves like someone who's quite skilled. But they're exiting. The women come back with you as you're helping to deposit the water in their little cistern. You hear these guys talking about, yeah, I really am sweaty. I wonder how much it costs to get a bath here. And then you're like, hey, well, good luck. You're just describing what baths are like on Arrakis. Hint, they're very gritty. So as this conversation about smells and things is happening, you pick up something does smell odd. I'm curious to see if you can figure out what it is. It's very faint, fading fast.
Right.
But just like the last little whiff of it, the breeze just catches and you get it's a smell that's subtle and alarming, but you're not quite sure why.
Hmm. And alarming, but I'm not sure why.
Yes.
Is that a roll?
Yeah, it's going to be a roll.
Understand truth?
Understand drug dog?
Yeah. Understand truth makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go ahead and roll that.
Yep.
What's our momentum situation looking like?
1.
1?
Oh, I think I
And-
used it.
Oh,
I
did
got
you?
one. I got one. On
Oh,
the
you
last
got
roll.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
What's
okay.
the difficulty?
2.
Okay, I'm gonna use it. Sorry, everyone.
Do it.
Okay. Let me. So that's a 13 to beat.
Yes.
I got a 2, a 4, and a 7.
Beautiful. Which is 3 successes. Because I don't think you have a focus that applies.
I don't think so.
It is pheromones. A very subtle trace of pheromones. They are not strictly human.
We did gain a momentum off of that.
Yes. And you
So-
and we gained a momentum and you have hyper awareness.
Yeah, so spend it, gain 2 questions. Do it, do it, do it.
Let's do that for sure. In what way not human? I recognize the scent.
You filter through. You're like, is it a creature of some sort? And it's right there just on the tip of your tongue. It's like, is it some sort of dangerous creature? Is it some sort of is it someone who's been like physically altered? Like maybe they've been drugged or some sort of physical conditioning, because there's like various different assassins and they, you kind of go through the obvious culprits. And then you,
Face dancer?
yes, then you still your mind and almost like go back to that, because you got one whiff and then it was gone. So you go back and you go into your memory and you slow that moment, and in your mind you sense the chemicals of the pheromones hitting your receptors, and you can almost visualize the molecule, and you dissect it, and it's a face dancer.
That's not good. That's really not good.
Yes. Background. It is believed that the Bene Gesserit do not know that Reverend Mothers or that Bene Gesserit have the ability to sort out face dancers. So knowing it is somewhat, there are complications about being too obvious about revealing a face dancer, therefore potentially revealing that you can smell them. However, if you find one and you smell it out and you kill it before it has a chance to report, that's probably a good thing. It's kind of like World War II code breaking. Sometimes you have to pretend like the code hasn't been broken because you don't want the enemy to know you've broken the code. But that's just something that Lucia would certainly know once you're able to identify. You're not 100% confident, but you are as confident as you can be based on the very brief experience and the application in that moment of all of your abilities. No other solution matches the traces of pheromone that you detected. For chat, if you are not familiar, Bene Gesserit are a isolationist, very odd race. No one has ever met a female. They are all very small and childlike and very, very weak, and no one takes them seriously. But they are, who knows, very shady, potentially quite powerful. Involved in all kinds of things. Everyone disdains them. Almost no one takes them seriously. Lucia knows that the Bene Gesserit believe that their appearance has been designed to help create the impression in people, even almost subconscious impression in non-Tleilaxu, that they are childlike and buffoonish. It's quite possible that they're significantly more canny. Oh, they create genetically designed beings known as face dancers who have the ability to mimic the physical appearance and behavior of basically anyone.
They're often used as spies and assassins.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, potential second question. You don't have to take it. Who was it? Which one had the pheromones?
There's no way of knowing.
Yeah, there's so many people in this crowd.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was only well, and it probably isn't one of your allies since you're looking at them. It was almost certainly, it could have been someone you didn't see who was nearby.
Yeah.
But of the people you saw 4 men leaving. It could have been one of them, or it could have been someone who was hidden, observing, and who has since departed. You make a quick check with your hyper awareness and you're not seeing any signs that someone is currently here, but it doesn't mean that someone wasn't listening.
Yeah.
But you do have a free question.
Do I know how long those pheromones persist in the air? Could I have caught a whiff of something from an hour ago?
No.
Or was it now?
Yeah. It's there's a lot of variables, obviously. But based on your training, it is you must be in proximity to them. Or if you entered a room that one just left, yes. Or if you entered a room where one lives. Yeah.
I'd be able to smell it there.
Yeah. But you were coming into an outdoor space. So your guess is that it could have been one. It literally could have been one just walking by the street nearby. But it would have to be that proximate to you.
Okay.
So, yes. So
that was my second question, or okay.
You would just know that.
Okay. I guess I propose a second question to the table, and you guys can veto this if you don't think this is a good question. But like hiring a face dancer, like that's some serious money and power in order to get that to occur.
Well, you don't hire them.
Well, yeah. You convince them to work for you.
Well, you convinced the Tlaxu to give you one.
Yeah.
Almost always for their own purposes.
Right. It's complicated. The transaction, like everything in Dune, is complicated.
Yep. But it's particularly complicated.
Yeah. So my proposed question is, who can I think of who has the power and the interest in having a face dancer on Dune?
You're asking us the question whether we think
I'm asking the table if y'all think that's a good question for my second question.
I'd rephrase it a little bit, but what do the other two think?
I think it's too broad.
Okay.
I mean, your goal is, who would put it on Dune, and that is it's a planet.
Everyone?
It's pretty big.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. It's more like who would put it in association with a smuggler.
Yeah.
Or
like why would one be here?
Why would one be
Yes.
here?
Why would one
Yeah.
be in contact with this tailor/smuggler?
Mm-hmm. Who on Arrakis would stand to benefit from having a contact around here? That's probably too broad.
Yeah.
It doesn't really give us like a lead to pursue. Like it's a good question, but we only have one.
What can
So
we
we got to
act
make
on
it count.
If it's, yeah.
So like what do we want to like look into more about like what this face dancer's doing here, or are we just ignoring it and continuing on our mission? Because those are two separate questions.
I mean, if it is here to monitor us, that's a problem. Like that's a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, I would say that's not something that you could get. I think you could get a kind of a combination of who would benefit from, but who would benefit from and who would have the resources and connections to.
I'm trying to narrow down the suspects because I don't think that I can trace the face dancer and I can't figure out which person it was.
Yeah.
So
it's
I'm
not
trying to just like narrow it down, I guess.
it's not a genie's wish where this precise wording is like super duper important, but so yeah, the question is, can I narrow down the suspects based on what I know, under the assumption that it wasn't just some random person passing by.
Right.
So you have really two potential conditions or potential initial assumptions. One is that directly connected to you, here to spy on you, like maybe it was someone who was in hiding who left. The other is that it was one of that group of men.
Right.
If it was someone who was in hiding that was watching you, I mean, I guess Moritani. They hate you guys.
Yeah, hate them too. Feelings mutual.
But it just seems it would be so much simpler just to kill you, right?
Yeah.
That it doesn't fit them, and they're not that big a deal.
Right. It's difficult to get a face dancer.
The obvious suspects are the Harkonnens.
Yeah.
But again, why?
Yeah, like why would they think we're important?
Why would they plant a face dancer in with this? Is assuming there's no way you can create a viable scenario in which the Harkonnens, as opposed to just coming and arresting you or doing whatever, they would just have a face dancer on hand and say, "Hey, why don't you go check out these weirdo people?" It just it defies reason. So you're not able to come up with any like really plausible individuals or groups who would have both the motivation and the resources and the logic to send a face dancer after you just to listen in on your conversation. That leaves you with it was one of those men. So why would you rapidly think through, this is house politics, this is economics, this is Bene Gesserit intel on the Tlaxu, almost certainly about spice, because everything always is. The Harkonnens have all the spice. And no, let's face it, 2-bit small-time smuggler working primarily with a minor house is causing any kind of problem, or else they would have put it into it. So there's really no motivation for them to try to sabotage or infiltrate Gurik's smuggling operation, or the relationship between him and your house. The enemies of the Harkonnens would never work with the Tlaxu.
Yeah.
So, either there is an unknown third party which the Emperor?
Could be. The Emperor is always interested in spies.
Yeah, the Emperor is interested in all kinds of things. And again, you've heard those mutterings that maybe the satisfaction with the Harkonnens isn't the greatest at the moment. Things might be changing. Or it's just the Tlaxu.
They also have an interest in spice.
They have all sorts of disturbing interests and practices. They're abhorrent. They're the dirty Tlaxu.
Could the guild possibly have motive to be spying on us?
They would. I would say that Lucia would have thought about that. But the guild is nothing if not economical. They would just pay someone to spy.
Yeah.
They probably have paid people to spy. They're always aware of all sorts of things. They just don't ever act on it unless it is profitable to do so. It would not be in their, and they don't love the Tlaxu either. I mean, no one does. The Harkonnens are probably the most. I mean, they're degenerate, so they certainly wouldn't. If it benefited them, they certainly wouldn't think twice about hiring the Tlaxu. But they have a much easier path to achieving any goal that might be associated with that. And they literally have all the spice. I mean, the Emperor does, but yeah. So I would say with your additional information obtain information spend, you are left with 100%. There was a Tlaxu very near here just moments ago. Either, very likely, some sort of plot by the Emperor himself, or is just the Tlaxu doing something. Not sure which of those is more terrifying.
Both of them are scary.
And none of our business.
Until it is.
Until it is.
And also, I'm afraid I don't think I can share this piece of information with anybody else because they don't know that I can smell, and I'm not telling them that. So I'm just gonna be alone here with my secret.
Quiet panic.
Extremely, like the most controlled panic you've ever seen in your life, because I can like even out my breathing no matter what's happening to me. So
And I'm over here explaining how dust baths work and how there's good ones and bad ones and really bad ones.
Right.
So.
And Orabon is probably like taking all like this is a terrible place. I would say to close the scene and the session out, I would say Rennick is not a Bene Gesserit. Rennick does not have the type of hyper awareness you do, but is very tuned in, particularly to threats and signs of stress. And picked up and has observed Lucia and knows Lucia. So for just the few moments that Lucia was processing all these potential layers of threats and complexity, Rennick picked up on, like, maybe you saw something hinky or something crossed your mind. You lost focus. And then maybe says, "Are you okay?" And then the mask drops.
Mm-hmm.
And your heartbeat slows. Not even the faintest hint of a blush. And you're, "Oh no, it's fine."
Composure is a skill focus of mine, so like I might like understand that she's composing herself.
No.
No?
She doesn't look like she's taking an instant to compose herself.
Okay.
She is
Never mind.
composed.
Is composed.
Yeah.
Okay.
You saw what you saw, but in an instant, there's nothing.
Bene Gesserit, the best gaslighters in the universe.
Yes. They are generations and generations of professional gaslighters. That's what they do. That's why they have all the power they have. It's super problematic.
Then I think I'd just say, like, you'd let me know if you smell any threats.
God. And hell face palms, Lucia doesn't break at all.
Yeah. I mean, that was a definite me face palm. No, my character would just look at you and be like, "I'd share anything that's relevant to the mission."
Super sincere.
She's not lying.
No, I believe her.
Well, I mean,
We're on the same team.
I don't think that it's about us, though.
sure.
I think that the face dancer had everything to do with other things, and it just happened to be here where we're here. So,
Sure.
not relevant to our mission.
Yet.
Sure. It's going to be. But that's fine. That's fine. Or maybe it won't. It will. It definitely won't try to kill you guys.
Definitely not. That'd be a bit much.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. And
fine,
then
just fine.
you'll all be replaced. And when you go back, good news is they have the same stats as you guys. So you don't even have to change your character sheets.
Sweet.
You're all just face dancers now. Anyway, so
Or maybe we already were.
yeah, it's true. Cool. So that is thanks for. I mean, we were gone for a long time, so we went a little bit longer than I intended, but wanted to get us to a good place of intrigue, but also significant progress. So to recap, really the only obvious tasks remaining are finding a way to help Gurek with his connections, and then he'll use his connections to help you. So it's a scratch your back, I scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of situation to close this out and see to it that your ongoing business on Arrakis with spice will continue to operate. The spice will continue to flow into your coffers. And then you might just have to deal with whatever else is going on too. And and maybe hopefully resolve the situation of who attacked your house and burned down your plantation with an orbital laser. Or maybe not, who knows? But anyway, like I said, great progress. Thank you guys for jumping back in and for playing along with being a bit more character forward in terms of the rolling and the resolution. So I think that worked out really well. I'm sure we still did things wrong or missed opportunities to do them better, but
We
hopefully...
did do stuff wrong.
Okay, good.
Two points to make something permanent, not 3.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, that works.
Well, now we know.
Is it 2 additional? Is it 2 additional on top of the 2 to create?
Yes.
I thought it was 3. Oh, well, that's fine. Who cares? Your ornithopter is now dust. No, it's fine.
It's a semi-permanent.
Right. I mean, what's actually permanent? So it's fine. So
No longer quality 1 or 2 or whatever it is.
Oh, it was quality 0.
Oh.
Almost everything is quality 0 to start with.
That sword.
Except for that sword.
Fancy sword.
Because it's an integral part of Reddick's identity.
And it will never be used.
Oh.
Don't say that too loud.
I wouldn't bet on that. But that would be telling. Cool. Hey, why don't we do the thing where everyone goes around in a circle and you tell people who you are and where they can find you? Hell, we'll start with you this time.
Hi, I'm Hell Has Some Fury. You can find me on all the social medias as @Hell Has Some Fury, but particularly on Twitch. I'm going to be starting playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time tomorrow. I have never played Dark Souls 2. Despite the fact that I am a long-term Souls game veteran with like thousands of hours in all of the titles collectively. So, I would like to see how that's going to go. And if you would like to come hang out, that would be great.
Oh, hi. I'm Chev. You can find me usually either in somebody's channel, like in Hell's channel, or in other members of the community. But I also stream myself on Tuesdays and Saturdays, playing a card game and listening to music, and usually have a cat cam on with my cat Ruby, and just having a chill hangout time on the internet. So if that sounds like your jam, then come on by. And yeah, thank you all for listening.
And I am Rith. You can find me here and only here. This is my one and only foray into the streaming world, other than supporting the other folks you see on the stream and friends of the C+ community.
And I am Duck. You can find me over on twitch.tv/duckwark, running a custom D&D campaign every Wednesday. It's like old fairy tale and mythology focused. I'm excited to be here. This was a lot of fun.
Excellent. And I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or Keeper or Narrator or Master of Ceremonies or whatever the system requires. I run games here mostly. I do also run a longstanding D&D 5e campaign, also in a homebrew world. And I think we're picking that up on January 16th. They're taking a kind of an extended holiday break. And you can next see me tomorrow night over on Duck's channel at 7:30 Central, 7 Central. I never know.
Yeah, it's 7:30.
7:30 Central.
We have a couple players who like rush home from work,
Yep.
so it's always a little bit
Around that time, yes.
Yeah.
So come check us out then. It's about to get real with a weird, crazy battle against rats, it's much worse than it sounds. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
And then hopefully on Thursday, we will, due to like everyone getting Omicron and holidays and travel and various different things, a lot of our end of the year schedule stuff got pushed. But hopefully we will finally begin our Stargate game this Thursday. If not, it will happen soon. And we are also about to revisit some of our beloved kind of series. So we will be very shortly scheduling the continuation of our Star Trek story. We'll be scheduling the continuation of our Teen Justice Academy Masks game. And I believe we're going to schedule another trip to Willow Bluff with a continuation of those meddling kids. Not yet on the calendar, but it is very much under discussion. So there are plenty of returning favorites and even new things. We have a laundry list of things that are in planning or on deck. If you are curious about what we're doing or going to be doing, really probably the best thing to do is to join the Discord. And head on over to the C Plus Next channel there. Pinned to the top, there is actually a spreadsheet with a list of all the things. If they're scheduled, you've got the dates and all the players. If they're in planning, you can see that and even some of the general ideas. Feel free in that channel also to suggest stuff. Like games that you are interested in yourself and you would like to see played. And you know what? If you would actually like to play, don't have to be a TTRPG lifer or even know the system, because we always frankly pick up systems that are either new or less well known to try to kind of explore different ways of telling particular types of stories. So suggest something, give us some feedback, share some pictures of your dice or your cats or whatever, or potentially even put your name down to see if you want to join one of our many, many games on the calendar. So we will get ramped up in the next couple of weeks and look to see you back again here. Well, first over at Ducks on Wednesday and hopefully back here again Thursday. So thanks, everybody. We should raid, because that's a thing. I forgot to change the description. I forgot to do that whole thing. It's right now, but it wasn't right first. And it's like, oh yeah, raiding is a thing. So who is up? Ooh, we've got Rachel Anita, who is awesome and fantastic. Any other suggestions? Skeletor is a good friend. She's playing TFT. I think Sims might be a bit more of a speed.
Yeah. I think Rachel Anita's a vibe for tonight.
Okay, cool. I will see if I can remember how to raid. /raid.
I have faith in you.
Haha. It looks like it's actually working. So I remembered one thing. I didn't completely forget how to play this game or stream. But only partly. Cool. Well, thanks everyone. We will see you again soon. Thanks for joining. Thanks for subbing. Thanks, Yaz. Awesome. Thanks for subbing. Thanks for going and checking out the YouTube. Go check out the YouTube. If you missed any of the stuff that we put out recently, or if you missed part of this will be up in about 24 hours. So we will see you here. We will see you there. Regardless, we will see you later. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See y'all.
Bye bye.